little angel says, remember, you're out on bail, you got a camera.
Oopsies.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Check it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You are feeling sleepy. Under deep hypnosis, I'm the composer, master of the opus. Mind on cruise control, lost all focus. Puppet masters love pulling strings, herding the sheeple by selling dreams. You have to be asleep to live the American theme. They create the problem, then deliver the solution. Profit of both ends, all we fought for the illusion. The government are all one, but promote to divide. Walk right into the trap cause most people are blind. They can't see the plan has conquered the mind. While we sit here and argue, we can't get back time. History stays relevant, destroying our future. Self-destruction has become part of the culture, while the rich feed off the dead like vultures. No more hibernation, awoke to sleep the giant. Put a ripple through the system, awakening and vibrant. I'm the alkaline of water, Poseidon with the trident. Bitch.
Bitch. Well, nobody is heard yet. I might have to play another song. Should I? Maybe I picked a bad time to go live. I don't feel like playing another song. Funky. But I'm not reading a book. That's what probably people think. I'm going to read the book of Lilith, which no, I'm not. On my own time, I will. But I have a lot to speak about because I was watching a build on Killer Priest podcast, or the Priestcast, or whatever it's called. And man, you know, me, I'm not going to, I'm just being honest. I'm not the type to sit there and freaking read every scripture and break down everything. And you'll get your people that would say, well, you can't debate then, or you can't have opinions, right? A lot of people take these books and base them into your life, which that's fine. That's their choice. But me, I don't. I know right from wrong. I know how to treat people with respect. And I know an eye for an eye. But let me see. I took screenshots because, you know, Chuck's lazy. I could go look these up and make it all professional, but it's not going to happen. Sorry, Killer Priest. Is this the one I want to read first? I think so. Yeah, this is it. But first, I want to put this. Because Dom has been saying this for a while. And I know people have their opinions about Dominic. But, you know, the brother speaks some good, you know, stuff. People got to look past the stuff they don't like sometimes and pull out the important information and apply it to life if you choose. Man, it's shocking that nobody's here. Very interesting. but it ain't gonna stop me. So you see demon, a noun, from Latin daemon, just like Dominic's been saying, which means spirit. You know, from the Greek daemon, a deity, divine power, lesser god, guiding spirit, tutelary. I can't see that other word. But wait, where's the scripture I want to read? Right here. It says a divine resolution. Oh wait, stop. We'll read the yellow part. To banish his loneliness, Lilith was first given to Adam as a wife. Sounds like God's a pimp, right? Like him, she had been created out of dust of the ground. And we're going to get into that in a minute. But she remained with him only a short time because she insisted upon enjoying full equality with her husband. She derived her rights from their identical origin. So it says she was created out of the sand or the dust, right? What do we create out of dust, right? Metal, AI, you know, artificial intelligence. Could Lilith have been some sort of technology? Who knows? I'm not saying that's a fact. It's just a theory I have. I'm just not buying the whole snapping people out of, you know, creating clay sculptures and making people. It just don't happen. Bringing them to life. And I think since no one's here to discuss this stuff, I'm just gonna go through it fast. Alright, it says Adam complained before God that the wife he gave, that he had given, had deserted him, and God sent forth 3 angels to capture her. They found her in the Red Sea, and they sought to make her go back with the threat that unless she went, she would lose 100 of her demon children daily by death. But Lilith preferred this punishment than living with Adam. She takes her revenge by injuring babies, right? This is what they're saying. Baby boys during the first night of their life, while baby girls are exposed to her wicked designs until they are 20 days old. The only way to ward off the evil is to attach an amulet bearing the names of the 3 angel capturers of the children. For such had been the agreement between them. So now Lilith is in a lose-lose situation, right? She either got to go back with the man she don't want to be with because she isn't happy, or she has to give up her demon babies, right? So people would call her a murderer and this and that, but she had no choice. So people call Lilith evil for the decision she made, but it was a lose-lose situation. Why don't people think God gave her an ultimatum, right? He chose her babies. It could have been any other thing in the world, but the God in the Bible chose her babies. So who's more ruthless? You know, people say Lilith's evil and this and that, but she had 2 decisions to make. They were both a lose situation. But people don't step back and think, Well, God gave her the ultimatum. You know, how do you want to lose? You know, I haven't heard any, you know, Christian really question God in that Bible. Like I said, there could have been many ultimatums, but instead, God gave her them too. So what's she supposed to do? Go back with Adam and be miserable? She didn't want to be with him. Peace, little bunny foo-foo. Anyway, you know, people could say I'm attacking God or this and that. You know, God could be anyone in that Bible, that book. It was written by man, philosophers for King James. But yeah, I'm gonna read the book of Lilith because there's something up with this. There's something up with this. Oh wait, I skipped over that. Baby boys during the first night of their life, while baby girls are exposed to her wicked designs until they are 20 days old. The only way to ward off evil. Okay, I think I might have skipped over that. But anyway, not too much, man. I wanted to build on this, but considering no one showed up, even though it's only 11 minutes, I should have played more music, but I'm tired of hearing music. There's some of these books here I heard of. There's a few more things I want to bring up too, which is interesting to me. I want to read the Necronomicon. And I didn't know that the double cross symbol, the above and below cross with the serpent, I didn't know that was a Lilith symbol. Or no, that's Leviathan symbol, sorry. There was something in this I wanted to read. I just can't see it now. Great. Let me try to make this bigger. If there's any possible way. Probably not. I can't see. I'm talking about Leviathan. Unfortunately, I knew I should have. Maybe I could crop the picture, pull that in. Do that later. But yeah, you see Killer Priest there. I screenshotted some of this from his they were talking about Lilith, and I thought it was a good build, considering I remember when I first found out about Lilith, I'm like, who's that? You know, and then I found out. Man, I picked a bad time to go live, man. This might not be a very short live stream. I'm going to start using the online etymology more. So they were also going into, I could play the video, but I'm just too lazy to do all that. I ain't even going to front. That they were going in on the word daemon, and they went on to say Detroit is Daemon City, how they were going to put the first church in Detroit. And then they were going into like Boston, Farmington. There's one here in Connecticut City called Farmington. They always got that on. I'm going to look deeper into that. It's supposed to be, peace, Lonnie. It's supposed to be families, a certain family line, I guess. Um, but it just hit me, man, when now that people are in here, let me back up. This right here is a very interesting scripture. I don't know what part of the Bible. It says, to banish his loneliness, Lilith was first given to Adam as a wife. So, was the snake in the tree Lilith? I don't know. Like him, she had been created out of dust of the ground. Now, hey, people call me crazy, but my first thought was, you know, what do you create out of the ground? Metal, right? She could be a robot or something. Like, when in life have we ever seen people or glass-like, but when has anyone ever seen someone take dirt and make a human? Let's just be realistic here, you know? Fuck the fantasy shit. You know. It says, but she remained with him only a short time because she insisted upon enjoying full equality with her husband. She derived her rights from their identical origin. With the help of the inedible name which she pronounced Lilith, flew away from Adam and vanished. Crazy shit. Yeah, I might be sticking up for Lilith. Because then they went into this part, which I already had said, where God gives her an ultimatum. I haven't ever heard, you know, anyone step back and say, how could God give her such a gruesome ultimatum? He could have picked anything for her to suffer. Instead, he picked, like he always does, killing innocent children and babies and stuff. So it was either she went back with Adam, or it says right here, they would kill 100 of her demon children daily by death. But Lilith preferred this punishment than living with Adam. So now people call her evil and this and that, but who gave the ultimatum, right? She had no choice but to choose. Either way, she's miserable. You know, I think the ultimatum was a little harsh, you know, but I think the God in the Bible likes killing babies and stuff, because that's heard over and over. He wants, you show your loyalty and sacrifice your son, right? That's crazy. Then, you know, they tell you in the Bible, thou shalt not kill, right? But then he goes back and says, sacrifice a goat for me. You know, it's like, I'm confused, man. A lot of shit. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I think the game is doing just what it's supposed to. You know, got people running in circles. If I think the God in the Bible's wrong, I'm not gonna sit back and turn my cheek and still defend. I'm gonna call him out. Fuck it. Well, I don't know if Satan's the god of this world, man. I know evil is running this world. You know, people say Satan's evil, but we never met him. And if you look in the Bible, who killed more, God or Satan? Now, yeah, I know. I even said, God is Satan in that book with the duality there, but I know right and wrong, you know, and we could go deeper. But what's right and what's wrong? What you say is right. You know, we could play that game. But I think it's all about like bloodlines and shit. these people worship, you know, because they could be related to these deities. How do we know the deities didn't create us in the lab, right? I'm just being realistic. You know, I watch these videos. I'm gonna get off topic for 1 second. Of these Christians go to Scientology and be talking mad shit to them. Peace, Melissa. And you're calling them a cult, right? And they should be paying taxes and not be tax exempt like a religion. And I'm thinking, you guys are cults too. I don't know. I'm gonna look deeper more into Lilith. I just had a few things. I put the book of Lilith because I thought a few other people would have been here to that could have had some stuff to share too. But you know, I could look stuff up and go deeper. Yeah, that's one thing I don't want when I pass away, man. I don't want these people cutting nothing out of me or none of that stuff. You know, a lot of the 5%ers in New York are under, you can't cut them open. It's something with their religion that someone comes and washes you down when you're, you know, this whole process, and they don't cut the organs out of you. You're not allowed to. But you know, I just want to know why people get so hypnotized or in control by the government or the religion, like. Because of these places. They took the man and woman triangle and put them together. And I think that also means a fire and earth, if I'm not mistaken. But they have lines in them too. But anyway. Yeah, we're gonna get more into Lilith, man. Let me look some stuff up. If anyone has information on Lilith, I want to hear it. Peace, Joe King. A hip replacement? You serious? Oh, okay, I get it now. Huh. My aunt had a hip replacement. She fell and broke her hip. And I was like, oh, talk about pain. Yeah, I'm gonna look deeper into Lilith because they say Lilith was a so-called black woman. You know, I watch some of these Hebrew Israelites, man. You know, I look into all these ideologies and shit because it just makes me laugh on how they trick people or brainwash them, and they gotta use hatred in the process. They have to. They always pull some hatred and point fingers at another race or religion. The white man, the angels from heaven were black, and this is how we prove it. They said there's white angels in heaven, and he was like, but it says I forgot how he put it. Dark, and they described the angels as looking like coal, like glowing coal. And he's like, you know what color coal is? It's black, right? And I'm like, no. They said burning coal. That would be red, right? More red, or like light. Oh. These. Happy Born Day. Yeah, I'm only 42, man, but I fear the days my car starts breaking down. I don't know, it's almost time for my eternal sleep. You know. And then I start thinking how I didn't get to enjoy life like I wanted. And it's like, you only have one shot that you know of, and it's like, damn. Yeah, there's got to be more to Lilith then. Because I don't even remember ever. What the fuck was that? Yeah, the system consumes everybody. You know. So what the hell was I talking about? I got interrupted. Oh, Lilith. Yes. I don't know. Lilith and Eve are friends, contrary to popular belief. Yeah, and people, you know, they forget that. I remember when I was young, and I swear to this is fact. When I learned about everyone's like casting the devil and calling him, and I said, why don't anyone pray for the devil? This is facts. I told my mother, why don't we pray for the devil? I said, the devil can't be forgiven, right? How many times do we make mistakes and people are forgiven? But I never heard anyone in the church pray for the devil, right? It's just fucking crazy. You're a Satanist. Ah, that's funny, MC Nemesis. You're a Satanist. Let's see. Oh, they got it on paperback. Like when you start getting books, like the Book of Jesus, you know, the book of this, the book of that. It's still man writing these books. I want to see what type of images they have for. The Satanic Prophet, the Book of Lilith. There's a book, it says Lilith, a Romance by George MacDonald. Interesting. You know, and then they called her a vampire and all this stuff. But where's the true book of Lilith? That's what I want. The original. I don't want all these, the spawn of Lilith, this and that. Like, come on, man. How many different books of Lilith there are? Book of Shadows, Lilith, Regina, Immortals. Huh. Dude, what's going on here? Adam seems like he was a pimp. This is pissing me off. There's no true book of Lilith. Maybe if I put original book, that'll help. He says the book of Lilith tells the story of Lilith. I would hope so. Who was really the first woman created by God, and who just happened to have been created before Adam. Her job is to give all the things in the world. Her job is to give all the things in the world souls, while Adam is to create rules and law out of chaos. Really? While Adam is to create rules and law out of chaos. Oh, what is it, Otis? Novus Ordo Seclorum. Order out of chaos. Alright, Lilith, where's your original book? Chuck wants to read it. There's so many different people that have written a book on Lilith. This is ridiculous. The fall of Lilith, the rise of Lilith. This is insane, man. The Book of Lilith PDF. That'll help. The Soul of Lilith. Is that the real book? Who the f knows? Barbara Black Koltov. No. I guess we'll try that one first. That's true, Melissa. None of us know the whole truth. But some people take it to the heart, you know? Like they live there and they know these people, and but that's their choice. I'm not hating. I just choose not to worship strangers. Oops, something went wrong. Of course it did. Just download my fucking... Surprised like Dominic or someone didn't come. Somebody that has insight. Oops. Damn it. Want to hear a joke? I forgot the guy's name that told the jokes. I forgot the black guy's name. He's a comedian. And he said this white lady told him a joke and it made him laugh. She goes, one day she was making a cake and her son, it was a chocolate cake, and he took the chocolate frosting and put it all over his face and he goes, look, mommy, I'm black. And she smacked him. Pow! Don't ever do that in this house. Go see your father. He says this, I forgot how it went. And then he smacked him. He went to see his grandfather. His grandfather smacked him and said, go see your mother. And when the kid went back to his mother, the mother asked, so what did you learn? And the little kid said, I only been black for 15 minutes and I already hate white people. Ha ha ha! Yo, that shit was a funny joke. At least it was funny to me. 1986, the Book of Lilith. Well, we all know, and it's the topic. It says Semitic mythology, right? If I had a deity and I named it Schmoogles, right? And I told my psychiatrist I talk to Schmoogles every night. They'll label me crazy, but if I say I'm talking to Jesus every night, a mythological character, it's okay then. I always say this, but to me it makes a lot of sense. How dare you talk to invisible people? What? No. Wait a minute. Where's the option to download the book? Interesting. Amajan! Yeah, whatever happened? I forgot his name, man. It's been so long he hasn't come here, I forgot his name. Imajan! Does anybody know the original author of the Book of Lilith? Somebody, for fuck's sake, help me out. Smack the shit out of Jesus. That's my mom. Bow! You didn't answer my prayer. What were you doing? In heaven on the golden throne? Phil Nye, the science guy. Phil Nye has disappeared from the face of YouTube. We'll try this one. The Book of Lilith. I wasn't going to read a book, but considering nobody come through, now I'm reading a book. I don't want your cookies. These people on the internet keep offering me cookies, man. What the fuck's wrong with these people? Peace, La Young. What's going on here? I did a few book readings, you know, Manly P. Hall and some other author. People really don't really watch them, so I don't even bother. I'm gonna finish the book I started because it's a good book. It's just 26 page chapters. Kill me. Is this thing ever gonna download? Boy, download PDF. Stop sending me here. No, wait. This is disappointing, man. Oh, here we go. All right. Now it's going to download it. Interesting. The Book of Lilith by Barbara Black. Colt. Her name's Koltov. That's funny, right? But it's spelled Koltuv. Koltov. She got a PhD. PhD, a fucking hypocritical doctrine. That's what that stands for. And we spell fucking with the PH. PhD. Fucking hypocritical doctrines. The preface, the Talmud on Lilith. What does Talmud mean? It says the origins, the life and deeds. Lilith, the seductress, they call her. Interesting. Lilith and the daughter of Eve. That's what? It says Lilith, the long-haired she-demon of the night. Eluded this anthology for years. Eventually, I began to understand she is a force of power, a quality, a renegade, a free spirit. She hates to be pinned down by the word. It is notable that most of the words about Lilith appear in the Zohar, the Book of Splendor. Nice. A Kabbalistic work of the 13th century by men, warning other men against her powers, the weight of their words, the heavy chains of iron that bound her in the 6th century, amulets intended to banish her. In the 6th century? Peace, B, and faceplant. Where was I here? Intended to banish her. And the weight of Adam's body lording it over her during their martial embrace are anathema to Lilith. Are anathema to Lilith, whatever that means. They cause her to flee. And each time I attempted to write about her with words, she escaped to the edge of the Red Sea or the wilderness, or flew up to heaven to consort with cherubs and God, until finally, like Solomon and Elijah and God's 3 angels. Now there's that word again, the O-N, the Solomon. I want to learn more about these words that end with on. Because when I was brought up, I started to think of everything like cities and you know, they brought up Massachusetts and how, you know, the witches have their believe it or not, we went on a field trip in elementary school to that place where they were Massachusetts. It's called shoot, what's the name of it? Where the witches are. And the whole time, you know, they tell stories about burning them and doing all sorts of stuff. But you know, if you really want to just sit there and you think the church had the power to call somebody something, label them, just like the system does today with the criminal and stuff. They could plan anything, call you anything, and what they say will stick, and that's it. So they were burning. Even if these people were innocent back then, they could snatch anyone up and call them a witch because they were healing with the earth and stuff. Salem, yes. And you know, it's in books. You could read about how, I don't care what tone of skin you have. The church conquered all lands. If you didn't bow to, you know, these religions, man, they would do horrible things. So you know, I know sometimes I speak facts, and a lot of people just are not facts. I speak my mind. And I'm not scared to question God in that Bible. Because my, like, can a dummy, my bullshit meter comes on a lot. And all these fake preachers who preach this word, and they do evil things behind the scenes and put this good front up in front of them. It's like a brainwashing system. Salem witch hunts was to get rid of women and take their land. And then you look at the church, and Lilith has the moon symbol behind her, and then you would have the man with the sun symbol. You got that duality or balance. They took her out and put Satan there. Men. They took the Trinity, man, woman, and child, and they made the Son, the Father, and the Holy Ghost all men, 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 men. They literally try and take the woman out of the equation. Men and women are very different. They both play important roles in creating life and raising a child. You need both parents. The two different energies. Uh-oh. Where's Faceplant? Just let him on. Yeah. Why isn't it showing up? Oh, the layout? Yeah. Here we go. What's up, Faceplant? Well, I guess you have to get a better signal, Faceplant. You said anything. I couldn't hear you. Peace, Scott Severini. You know, even as a child, when I would go like to church and stuff, I remember learning that books were taken out of the Bible, and right away I wanted to know which ones was that. Enoch. Then I learned about Lilith later. Then someone had told me There's the Virgin Mary and then Mary Magdalene, just like Jesus of Nazareth. Magdalene's a city. And I remember this kid when I was younger being locked up in that youth place for youth on parole. It was a parole unit. He said, Mother, Mary Magdalene, I think one of the mother, yeah, Mary Magdalene's a prostitute, right? Come to find out she was. So even Jesus supposedly slept with both, or not both. Mary, Virgin Mary's his mother, right? So I think, I forgot what the guy said, that Jesus slept with 2 women. Because I heard Lilith was the last to, she didn't want to be trapped in the human body. She didn't want her spirit or her energy to be trapped in this prison, right? The flesh is a prison. You're trapped in it until you die. She didn't want that. She wanted to stay. She was, I think, one of the last that gave in to, or whatever. But you know, I'm not a Satanist or sticking up for him. But so far, a lot of things people say is good. I just don't agree with. Especially the God in that Bible is such a fucking hypocrite. You know, and I don't hate the God in that Bible. You know why? Because I don't even know who that is. Now, we want to talk the creator of everything. I just think that I don't know who that is either. But I know that's that. I'm glad I said that because it made me think of energy. And El and An were the two. Like you got Samael, right? And then you got Salaman, the An, and the El are 2 different. I think bloodlines at war, if I'm not mistaken. You know, and then people don't think all this evil came from up above, supposedly, right? So God just swept all the trash down here. Nah, we don't need you up here. We'll throw you down there. Just torture all my creations. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Hopefully, everyone's got a good signal today.
Mic check.
Ah, now I could hear you. Thank God.
Hey, I like when you have that, it's like a fishing lure up in the corner there. You could have, like, you have your awl. Instead, you could have it like a big mouth bass coming up to grab it or something. It's like the square and compass is like a fishing
Mic check.
lure. And
Oh.
like a big mouth bass coming up.
Everyone criticizes why you got that symbol, Chuck. I'm trolling. And number 2, the symbol means so much more if people would fucking research or search.
Hey, but hey, imagine that. Maybe you can patent a fishing lure that looks like a square and compass.
Where?
Mic check.
You're a little rusty. Damn, here, Lonnie, when you used to first come on, it sounded so clear. And now, the last 6 times you came, it's just that when you talk. I don't know. It's disappointing. 'Cause I know you have a lot of good stuff to say.
Is it that bad now?
Yeah, it's real bad.
Let me get on my laptop. I'll be back.
All right. Now, let me see. Did I miss anything here in these? Yeah, that guy, Crumb TV. He seems very knowledgeable in this stuff. Like, I can't imagine this God, right, coming to me and being like, sacrifice your son to show your loyalty. I'll tell him to go fuck himself. Not sacrificing my son. Just because you sacrificed yours, you fucking deadbeat.
That wasn't the real God.
Yeah, I don't look at the creator as being the God in the Bible.
The real God is in everything.
Yeah, I look at God as an energy, the creator. Because without this energy, nothing would live. If you know, if the energy would whatever flows through us stopped, everything would just collapse. You know, people say the breath, the air is your life, but that's not just that. It's also the energy that goes up Jacob's ladder. Some guy created something. I was looking at Joe Rogan. He created something called Jacob's ladder. It was pretty interesting. It was two sticks of energy, the negative, and it's like two poles, like the Masonic pillars, and he would make stuff disappear by putting it in between them. I don't know how true that is, but whatever. People talk about time travel and shit, and portals and all this. Like, how the hell do you go through a portal and your body just reappears somewhere else? Like, come on, man. Think logical here. I've never seen no one's body turn to fucking little things and then put itself back together on the other side. Like, what is this, Star Trek? Beam me up.
That's part of the science fiction. And Disney and NASA and everything, part of that is to make people believe that the realm can really work like that.
Yeah.
But it can't, I don't think. I don't think you can time travel. There's
Peace, Dean.
There's time manipulation, I think, but
yeah, time's man-made anyway.
I don't think you can. Well, like if I say it's sunrise, if it's sunrise here, it's
that's not made up.
It's not where you are, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, what's weird about time is like it's earlier here than it is there, but the sun comes up earlier where you are. So
right. Like I used to never keep track of time. If the sun was up, I could go outside. My mom would say, "Be home." I never had a watch on my wrist for the most part. You know.
What's interesting is compare the position of the moon right now. Like right now, it's in the south and it's about 40 degrees above the horizon. So you're in Boston, so it's probably higher in the sky. And
Scott. I'm listening.
So that it's a way to kind of figure out the shape of the realm and where you are compared to me by looking at the position of the moon right now.
I think like farmers used to use the moon, and they were so in tune with Mother Earth, or Lilith, because she got the moon symbol. That they'd know when it was a good time to plant, and they would know storms were coming just by the moon. And then you had your sun worshippers.
Like 100 years ago or 150 years ago, probably, they used the Farmer's Almanac. It was like a publication And so like the controllers, like the weather forecasters and everything, they know what's going on. They know what's happening, right? So
they
they
predict the weather because they create it. That's why.
They printed up the almanac for the farmers to follow to grow the crops from the seeds that they were given. Who knows, further back in time, who knows? Maybe you didn't really have to do anything. This shit just grew and you didn't have to.
Well, yeah, that's a good. Scott says we are all time travelers. Time is actually running backwards. Just me again. Yeah, I agree with that. We're getting dumber instead of fucking. Christos, Kimba, Truther Cop official. Yeah, they create the weather. That's how they predict it. Just like the Bible. They wrote the Bible.
Well, if you wipe out
that's how they can predict it.
If you flood the environment and take out all the trees and flood it, then that changed the environment. You take away the trees and the trees, if the environment changes. So then you got this, then they have to start trying to reuse the land, start to get stuff growing after it's all wiped out.
What happened to Lonnie?
They bring in grasses and livestock and people to plow the land or whatever,
Yeah, peace to Truther Cop, Christos, Anuki, Dean. Who else came in? Kimba. Oh wait, Jesus is here. Oh shit, my bad.
and sniffing some A535.
What's that?
It's like analgesic, like muscle and joint lotion. Smells like wintergreen. Menthol.
Interesting.
Found it at the dollar store. The Chinese store I used to go to shut down, so I couldn't find some stuff I always buy. It's another thing they're cutting down on, this kind of stuff with natural oil in it.
Yeah.
What's up, Christos?
Hey, I figure we need to get some more people up here. So but I also wanted to ask, what's the Dancing with the Stars logo doing? I noticed that before, and you may have explained it. It's covered by the live.
Oh.
but I didn't know
I
what that was
downloaded this
from.
back. I didn't
Oh,
realize that.
that.
Yeah, this back piece that's about to get kicked out right now. I didn't even see that till just now.
I
Oh, I'm
remember
down. I'm
seeing that in
throwing this
past
out
streams.
ASAP.
I
Like,
remember seeing that
why
in
would they
past
do that?
streams, and I forgot to ask about it.
Yeah, that's like this one. Watch. Excuse me. It's got the the ABC symbol.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
super trolly. But I do like, at least you got that thing up in the right corner. It's cool that you got the GIF going for the little logo symbol.
A little lure, little fishing lure. Fishers of men.
Mic check.
Check the mic. No, it sounds good.
I hear ya.
Oh, is that Lonnie? Having your camera on is making it harder to hear
It's
you if you're
frozen.
trying to talk.
Lonnie's picture's frozen.
Uh-oh. You just
Oh, there it
unfroze.
Yes.
Damn,
Yeah,
I thought
you're
you were
lagging.
possessed.
You're lagging. You might want
That
to turn
was-
off your camera.
That was Lilith. What do you think about the book of Lilith, Christos? Have you ever like looked into her, or I was watching the podcast or the what does Killer Priest call his thing?
The Podcraft.
Yeah, and they were talking about Lilith, and I screenshotted a few things like this. Hold on, let me get.
You know, it's funny. He was the first person I was going to bring up because I've heard him mention her in multiple of his songs. Hey, good screenshot here. Yeah, man. I like that you. Yeah, we were both going to go to Killer Priest when you brought her up.
Man, they were going in deep on Killer Priest and I mean on Lilith. And like
Yeah,
they put this like to banish his loneliness. Lilith was first given an ultimatum, right? Well, actually, no. We'll go to that next. It says right here that she was created out of the dust of the ground, and I was thinking when they were speaking on that, and I said, "What the hell do we create out of the dust of the ground? Metal, right?" I said maybe she was AI, right? She was created out of the dust of the ground. Who knows? I personally don't think creating robots is anything new. Because if they created us for slaves, they could have been trying to create anything, man, to make slaves. But who knows? Because I've never seen any creator take some dirt, put it together, and create somebody out of it. Has anyone else seen that?
Well, let me answer what you were saying, Charles.
Go ahead.
I don't really know much, but I will say that my last partner, who honestly I'm still seeing, but that's besides the point. She actually had a sigil of Lilith, yeah, in her old house that she had. And so, you know, there's some interesting stuff going on there. We both went to Killer Priest, I was going to mention earlier. I hear her most often brought up in Killer Priest rap songs, honestly. But when it comes to like the biblical or just ancient scripture mythology, I don't really understand or know the backdrop of what's going on there. But I will say that was a good idea, a good brainstorm that you just did there, kind of interpreting, you know, the possible metaphor that, you know, is being, one of the possible interpretations of, you know, the metaphor that's going on there with a lot of these texts and passages, as we know, you know, more often than not, it's allegory. So yeah, that was an interesting way to look at it. But here, this is what I was gonna say. I know that there's people that say she wasn't evil, and basically she got like demonized and bastardized, by like the church or whatever, or not the church, but man's hand over time, just warping history and what it was, and uh,
Yeah.
not even necessarily her as like a literal being, but I just what she represented, energetically, and maybe they're using her as some type of entity to represent something, but it seems deeper than just, oh, she was the first, whatever it was, first demon, or however that goes. So yeah, I'm not really like an authority to speak on it, but I just know that there's been different interpretations of like, was this actually like a bad being or a malevolent force, or is that just looking back through the lens of people warping what the actual meaning was of these
Well,
characters and
demon
these
means
different
spirit.
stories?
Demon or daemon in Greek means spirit, deity, divine power, or lesser god, or guiding spirit. It means people look at the word demon and automatically say evil. But I don't think people are looking up etymology or looking up words, period. Um, when I started to really look into the language and you start using etymology, you start realizing a lot of the words they use aren't what some preachers teach, you know. So
Well, now that you're saying that, it makes me think, does it have anything to do with, Leela or Lila in Hinduism, which I don't even know a lot on, but I know that's basically
it
like a
could.
female being entity that represents uh, like playing within the illusion. I could be
Huh.
completely off here, but I don't remember. I haven't brushed up on Hinduism in a while, but I know that just like Lily, like Lilith, Leela, um, whether that's a state of being or like an entity, or both, as we know, you can have Christ consciousness, or be one with Shiva, obtaining a Buddha mind, as they would call it. All these different names for that quote unquote like enlightened state of mind. So I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but yeah, obviously there's that female aspect which plays a pretty big role here, um, of history and the quote unquote male and or masculine and feminine forces, and how those forces were perceived or displayed at certain points in time, and how that gets warped again as we look back retrospectively. So there's a couple of variables here in play. It's definitely a multifaceted thing. Did you have a video we were going to watch, or is it just some different screenshots?
Just some screenshots. I was gonna play the video, but I said,
Hey, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but from what I know, uh, this Chrome TV guy, I don't know if he's a Moor or what, but I know he's on something where it's basically a very, what would you want to call it? He's entrenched racially. Let's just say that, even though we
like the
understand
Hebrew Israelites.
politics. Uh, yeah, kind of. Like, I don't remember who he associates with, but from a lot of his decodes, it usually is coming from a positioning of uh, racial superiority slash racism of the system. So he's like done like good breakdowns and like stuff with cartoons and superheroes, that like, yeah, there's the racial undertones, or it actually comes from whatever different skin tones. But some of his other stuff, it's like, the more melanin you have, you can make melanin money or whatever they say, crazy stuff like that. Just like, you know, starting to make arguments that are, you know, in my opinion, I'm not following that, because you have a darker skin tone, like somehow you're going to be able to, you know, be a superior functioning biological being. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that stuff gets corny to a certain degree, in my opinion. You know, any type of supremacy of any type of color, you know, it's just very, the foundations of those things are weak, as we would know.
While people argue over that stuff, right? That's why just the ideologies, you know, I just tell people we all have a common enemy, right? Or a common to some, the same problem. Like when they're doing what they do, they don't care if we're dark, light, glowing in the dark. They don't care if we're Christian, Muslim, Satanist, fucking atheist. You know, they're coming after us all, right? But yeah, I guess other people don't see that. It's all the white man's fault to some.
Yeah,
That's lame.
Honestly, that would be my only major critique of the Kill the Priest podcast, is like, I wouldn't be surprised if over time somehow, like, even though he's not connected with the industry like he once was, that I wouldn't be surprised if there's still some type of influence that kind of like you know, is keeping certain types of guests and characters on his on a stream. Now, sure, he's had like Santos before Santos went off the deep end. Like, he's had good guests and good streams, but there's some other ones, man, where the people he's having on, I'm like, this stuff is played out. Like, we should be past this at this point. Like, you know, my bad.
That's what they teach in New York.
This is low level. Like, you know,
the 5%ers.
It's divide and conquer of the quote unquote conscious community in all the different subsects. You know, whether that has to do with skin tone or not.
Look into you know, people just like the Masons, you know, and the Freemasons. It's the same shit with so-called black people, man. They have people in the upper echelon that work with so-called whites or whatever fucking label they want to put. And their job, to me, is to lead their people in the wrong direction purposely.
To quote unquote gatekeep.
Yeah, to lead you in the wrong. They don't want everyone at the top. You know, they want it all for themselves. Why? So it don't matter what so-called skin tone you have. They're leading the so-called white people down the wrong path, the so-called black people down the rest of their job. And these lodges, when you're moving up, the lies become the truth because they repeat them so much. Like here, I had brought up right here, God made an ultimatum for Lilith, I'll just say. That she goes back to Adam, which she didn't want to be with him. So God said, you either go back to Adam, or, where is it? We're going to kill, it says, and they saw, he sent 3 angels to go pick her up. And unless she went, she would lose 100 of her demon children daily by death, right? So everyone calls her a murderer, but no one points that God made the ultimatum. Out of all the things God chose to kill her children, when he loves killing children and women. So Lilith had to choose a lose-lose situation. She would lose either which way she chooses. So is it her fault or God's? I would be mad at God for even bringing up that ultimatum.
Right, there you go. Yep. See, that's making sense with what I was thinking earlier.
But no, Lilith's the evil one. God could have said anything like, I'll condemn you from here or there. He went and he attacked their children first and called them demons. Spirit children, I guess, right? Daemon means spirit.
Would this tie into the Gnostics at all?
Mic
I
check.
don't know. Damn, what's that interference? All that noise is like movement.
Someone needs to mute up, either Faceplant or I don't know who that was.
No, that's
Yeah.
Lonnie.
Yeah, the same plays get played on us over and over again. And like you're watching a play or discussing the play, the story of Lilith, and everybody has their own interpretation of it, but it's just a play,
Right.
right? So it's
Yep.
becoming involved in the play by
Can you hear me now?
and trying to apply
Man,
it to
That's bad,
real,
man. You were
Trying to-
sounding good. Hold on, Faceplant. Sorry, man. Go ahead, Faceplant. I was gonna tell him. Yeah, he's like, he sounded horrible. No.
Yeah, he needs to check his mic settings.
He just sounded clear. I don't know what happened. He probably got off his laptop. Go ahead, Faceplant. My fault.
Yeah, they keep running, the controllers keep running the same plays. They have a whole playbook, and the play is like a stage play, and it's presented to us, and then we're supposed to interpret it or try to apply it to our lives or what happened in our lives. And it just seems crazy to me.
Yeah. I remember when I was 16, I used to, my inner self would tell me, I would read the Bible, and I just refused to adopt any of these religions, man. And especially when I started looking into ideologies and how a lot of religion is used to divide through race, and just these ideologies are just mind-blowing. And
I mean,
I found
even,
a lot of things wrong with God in that book. That God.
even your favorite TV show or whatever movie series, it's the same thing. It'll reinforce your false notions, sort of thing, subconsciously.
Peace, Creature Tommy. Creature Tommy says, any more new dance moves, Christos?
Yeah, I don't know if that's Tom or if that's someone that's a detractor of him.
Yeah, I made a channel called Free Thinkers Lounge, and now there's other channels, free thinking channels. Like, come on. It's easy to also, people can make accounts and make it look like it's you. Someone's done that to me over at I had Wandering Warriors, I do here, and somebody else used my name and went to a platform, and people, they were asking, was that you, Chuck? And I'm like, no, I don't go over there. This was at
It's just like that insane Australian guy that was saying you're a shapeshifter, and just like saying just off the wall stuff to just create
yeah,
chaos and
that's
get
funny,
attention.
man.
That's that same. I've seen that dude go on to other channels like OTW.
Called me an
and other
Archon.
streamers.
I said, yeah, my arc is always on, right? My arc is always on, because if it wasn't, I'd be dead. Yeah, these people do anything. Like, instead of coming to my channel and asking me, people just throw labels on me. I'm a Satanist because I say I'm God, and like I don't
Chuck,
even
the
know what the
entity.
fucking yeah. I don't even know shit about Satanism. I really don't care. I know one thing: people always condemn Satan, but how many people has he killed in that book? I can't remember one. I could be wrong. The God in that Bible is killed. Didn't care if there's innocent women and children, you know? The almighty power, right? Couldn't even save the women and children and then get rid of the filth. Had to just annihilate everyone, right? That sounds like the president invading a country. We'll just bomb the fucking thing to oblivion, right? Fuck that.
Makes what's happening today okay.
Yeah. You know, I feel bad for the soldiers who join thinking they're fighting for our country and doing good things for our country, and then they go through all that stuff, and when they come home they're like thrown away like a used sneaker. They don't, you know, their mental health isn't good because they done watch people get all types of stuff happen, and it fucked you up. Even what you get PTSD without going to war. There's plenty of things. And you know,
Now they're just test subjects.
that too. And these are supposed, like, look at the stuff they feed the soldiers. It's GMO stuff, like microwave dinner stuff. They don't eat healthy. They don't. If I ran the military, my soldiers would be healthy. I would have the best doctors. You know, I wouldn't be doing what they do to them. I would keep their health up, feed them good, you know, and they should get paid more than they do. They get shit and then thrown away when they come home. So that war should have never happened. And there's even a Trump speech where he came out and said, I don't know if this is one of his recent speeches. I got to find it because he went in on the Middle East. He said he was against it, and he said we should have never been there. And he said the country has been destabilized. That was their plan. The Middle East has been destabilized. And I heard him say that the country was better when Saddam was in power. And I agree, people love Saddam. So
Well, he was their guy.
Yeah, he was also saying we should look into the jabs too. So, you know, a lot of
He
lip
was
service
right.
leading up.
Iran.
yeah, you know, I'm not saying he's, you know, even if I don't like what somebody's done and stuff, I could look past that and find good stuff to pull out of it. You know, like it's a face plant. There's something I don't like.
By the West, by Britain and the States, Saddam Hussein, he was installed until they didn't need him. He did his job, and then they disposed of
He
him.
must not hear you.
Well, if you look, like all these wars, when has there ever been a war in our country? It's always us going to other countries when we should have never been there, man. All these wars. It's only gonna end when the soldiers realize who wins in war. Nobody. No one ever wins in war. I don't care. There's always losses on each side, and a lot of young men.
Too many fake patriotic duped, you know, young dudes out there.
I was
Going-
patriotic
but-
too.
Well, you know, enlistment rates are actually down a lot from what I've heard. They're having
I'm
trouble
glad.
recruiting for the branches.
That's what I wanted to be growing up. Was either first I wanted to be a soldier, and I wanted to go fight. Then I realized the government don't love you, right? So I wanted to be an architect. The only architecture I do is on my rhymes. I architect some lyrical missiles.
There you go.
It's good you
Well, I
didn't
mean,
become.
it goes back to why we call it building.
Hmm. Yeah. And people
The
Bars.
say,
architects today don't know what they're designing.
well, if we're going to
They
build, you
don't.
always need a foundation, which is the main topic.
Yeah, they don't know what they're designing. I'm telling you.
Man, I'm stuck on the old school architecture, you know? And think about it. They call it texture, right? These buildings literally used to hold an arc. They used to hold energy. The brick, the
Nice. Okay. Yep. I've
I was
never heard
thinking
that
about the
one.
word. That's why it's called architecture. Now, I don't know what to call it. That's why I'm glad I live in a brick building. Um, these newer houses and stuff. I don't know. These wood houses with freaking are designed trash like. Man, I have to show the video. I subbed to the guy's channel this morning, and he took an old TV, an old Pisawama, took an old TV screen from one of these old flat screen TVs. I had one on wheels, old school ones, projectors, and he put it on a chalkboard. And he lives in Arizona, and the fucking sunbeam it created from this screen was melting rocks. All I thought about was direct energy. If someone took a TV screen now and is melting rocks with it, imagine, these people have been messing with the sun. They created lenses to light ships on fires. Now, that shit, he put a penny and it melted the penny. So imagine,
He took the back off the front off the TV.
Yup, the screen. And that's all he used. And I got one.
The front. Oh, I thought he took the front off.
Yeah, he took the screen. And it's on, I'll show you. I'm going to download a video in a minute. Hold on, I got to use the bathroom.
You know what he's talking about, Christos?
No.
I thought I saw a video of somebody, he took the screen off of a TV and whatever was at the back of the TV was melting stuff. I might be wrong.
I'm going to go ahead and drop the link there down in the chat again because I don't know if Charles still has this showing.
Dean Kendall, do you see the moon where you are right now?
All right, sorry about that, everyone. Let me drop the link for Dean. This whole, I don't know, I'm very interested in Lilith, and I downloaded that book, but the problem is, I want the original book of Lilith. What the hell's going on here, man? It took an hour for this to drop. Florida, they have been some chemicals.
You there, Chuck? Hey, everyone. How are you? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, here you good,
Yeah.
Dean. Can you hear me?
Cool. Yeah, I can hear you good. Hey, Christos. Can the dummy?
He jumped out. Christos jumped out. It says, people come to Florida to retire.
Sorry,
They immediately get an illness. You can ask anyone. That's crazy. I think it has to do, Jay Heighton, with the MEDs too. There's nothing good about that MED stuff. People would only look up the word pharmakia and the alchemy that's involved in a lot of them MEDs. That's why I said in my rhyme, you solve one problem and get 10 more, like farmers' prescriptions, because they'll solve one problem and then in the long run give you 15 more.
The moon is out, face plant, but it's covered with bloody cloud at the moment. But we're in about what I suppose
But
the last part of it,
yeah.
quarter. Yeah.
What do you think, Dean, about Lilith when it said in the script faceplant jumped off? Let me pull it up again. I want to ask you now. This thing would ever work. I gotta pay my phone bill. Slacking. That's why this thing's probably slow.
My buddy, I tried to come into the StreamYard link and my phone went into lag mode.
This. I can't see this.
The thing with Lilith, I mean, it for me, it's more. I don't know.
She was made out of sand. What do you think about that? You think, what else do we make out of sand or dirt in the ground? Metal out of the dirt. Maybe she could have been like statues. AI.
We make statues and all those sorts of things, right? Remembrances. What I call remembrances, but what are they,
Yeah, she didn't want to be human. She didn't want to be trapped. She was saying in this part they were reading that she didn't want to be trapped in the flesh suit in the prison. She wanted to be free. And
Well, mm,
she didn't want to be trapped by the word, right?
right. And I mean, I feel that, you know, like, when you look at, um, when you look at the endings of what they call different ages, I would say the age of the giants, or the age of the titans, or the age of even a reset. You could say that even horses and rabbits and cats in the street are getting turned to stone, right?
Huh.
So it kind of makes me feel like that there is this fear of being trapped here as a stone, right?
I damn. Like I wonder, because ever since seeing this guy use the TV screen to direct the sun's light, and he's melting stones with it, and it made me think about the desert. It made me think about they could have used the sun's energy to which is the same thing as a laser, a high-powered laser. You direct into energy, right? That could have cut the trees down. Who knows? But that shit's strong enough to melt a rock or turn it to glass. I downloaded the guy's channel. He lives in Arizona,
Yeah.
and
Well, like, to me, that's something really extraordinary, and it's something really powerful, because we seem to have a lot of creatures here, all the creatures that ever existed, like the mighty ones, even down to not say this time, but even this time we've got like the Paradise Fires. They left. There's horses. There was a horse or something that was cooked until it was rock hard. There was a rabbit or a hare in the bush that was cooked in the surrounding trees, and so that's really, to me, is quite significant. And we've got, what's it, Cayenne West, or whatever his handle was, that talked to that bird girl, the girl dressed as a bird, and she said she didn't want to be here. She didn't want to be turned to stone. And it just kind of, it's kind of making me think that there's some kind of apparatus there that locks us here in stone, right?
that ain't
And
good.
that to me is more to be feared than, say, having a fleshly body. A fleshly body can die and release a soul. If you look at that movie 9, right? Even that was just a body that got released. But what if it had been turned to stone? Would they have been released then? That's my question there, Chuck.
I'm looking up. They described El, like Ezekiel, Samael, and then they described the names with on at the end, like Solomon.
I mean, look at this bird sitting in the background here. It's got snow falling on it. When we look at these old pictures they present of the buildings, they didn't have snow. They don't seem to have snow on the ground. If you go through all those mud flood events, there just doesn't seem to be any bloody snow, right?
I'm trying to figure out, man. Was L and on two different? Because the words that end with L and then on. I gotta go back and watch.
It's, to me, there's just too much confusion. Excuse me. In the way that it's still bloody early mornings asleep. Haven't even got light yet. Just starting to get a bit of breaking of light coming through on the horizon. I leave the windows open now. I don't even shut the curtains. It's summertime. We're meant to be getting bloody heat here. We aren't, but we meant to be.
Well, they got the word Elyon, which is crazy. That's both in one, which means supreme. I'm trying to, because who is El in religion? What about An? All the names that end with An. El means deity, God or deity. But it says nothing about An. El, I don't know.
Is Alchemo around? Has he been in this morning?
Mm-mm.
He's probably tired because he was over at London's show, Macro to Micro Giants and such. It was a bloody good show, actually. If anybody was watching it, he did show some really good representations. If anybody is, excuse me, doubtful that we were giant titan animals and creatures and people here.
Yeah,
all of them turned to stone.
I think An, because you got El, which even some of the angels, well, one angel has El, Gabriel. The rest, I mean, you could say Michael, but it's Michael. Michael, I don't know. But I know there's something to that. Like Solomon, who else ends with An in their name in the Bible? They said a few. There's more L's, but I think those are children of the God in the Bible would be the L's. And the Ans, like Solomon, were the children of the so-called fallen ones. I don't know. I'm going to look deeper into this because I was watching Killer Priest podcast, and he was live.
I'm sorry.
I was listening.
Okay.
I was listening to the live, and then I jumped off and went into his channel, and I found the thing on Lilith, man. And I was just, my mind blew open. It was this morning I was watching it at like 3 a.m.
Guy, I had too much hot sauce in my bloody meal last night.
Oh boy.
Got a bit of indigestion.
Couple flames.
Yeah, a bit of flame.
Yeah, a little bit of backfire. So what do you think about the movie 9? Me and Dean.
Loved it.
I appreciate Dean, because when I said you guys should watch the movie Creator, Dean went and watched it. I was shocked. And I asked people to watch the movie. What was the other one?
Well, you watched. You brought up 9. I actually went and watched it again on my own.
Oh,
and
good.
I've also been watching the Bird Box, right? Now that's crazy because it's got the same music that the creator's got, right, in the background.
I watched it in another language. The captions had English, but I downloaded it in another language by mistake, so I didn't even watch the damn thing in English.
Right. I'll send you the link I've got. I'll share that to you in Telegram because it's English. Oh, that's freaky, that fucking Bird Box.
I asked people to watch the movie Pulse, and Dominic watched it, and he's like, I don't know. I don't understand how he didn't see how I think computers
Anyway.
play a big part
Yeah.
in a lot today with suicide and depression.
Well, you know, Kimber was talking about it. We got to get our heads out of our bloody phones, and I'm bloody positive that's not a bloody, you know. I mean, even though here we are, we're talking, but I've got headphones that I plug into the bottom of my phone. I can throw the screen over there, and the headphones are long enough. I don't have to bloody even look at the damn thing. I cover my camera up. And I know that you do it as well, but I think there's something in
Hell
there.
yeah, covering my cameras up. They could listen, but you ain't gonna see shit.
Exactly. And when you turn your location off as well, that's another thing they get pissed off about. Oh, watch out, you could lose your phone. They send you all this fucking
gibberish. And they say, oh, an app might not function the way it's supposed to. Like, oh well,
you know,
let's erase that app.
Exactly.
Fuck your app.
Yep. Yeah.
Be what it is said 9 is a great movie for the whole family. You're right. And I like how the guy, it reminds me of like the true story of creation should be like 9. You know?
Yeah, because we had a source in that.
Yeah. Yeah. That they called him the source. He created the 9 puppets out of his soul. And it reminds me of God created us in his image, and people twist that around and say, oh, but he wasn't talking like you think, and whatever. Everyone has their opinion on that. But if
fully
the creator created, I guess, us, you know, whatever, however, well, probably
somehow
more likely
we got
genetic.
here. Somehow we got here. We have to have a creator, right?
Yeah, our mother and father, but we could go deeper into that, you know?
I know. I mean, we had to. What came first, the chicken or the egg? We have to have a beginning, right?
That's a tough one, the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah.
Peace, Paula.
I think that we had to have a creator just to get the egg so we could make a chicken, right?
Yeah. Peace, Paula. I don't know if she heard me. This thing's slowing down.
Yeah, I don't know. A creator could even be a bloody robot, you know? You know, I mean, a machine.
Yeah, the movie, man. The creator is something else, boy. Told people to go watch it. I passed the movie The Creator, and I don't know why. The first time I seen it, downloading movies, I said, it's probably gonna be corny. But then I watched it and I was blown, my mind blown. It had that spaceship in the air like this, Dean, right? What did they call it? It was called Nomad.
Yep, the
Nomad. It looks like an upside down eagle with it looks like an upside down eagle with its wings spread.
Well, to me, it even looks like it looks like its wings spread and the body's in the middle of its flight, you know. And
yeah. How that thing could scan the whole land. It'd be like, scan everything and just drop that bomb. Ba-boom!
I think it's taken off the same sort of like lines as what a dragon. If you look at that picture, it almost looks like a dragon, right? Flying. Yeah.
And what was her name again? Allie?
Elfie.
Elfie, yes. After Alpha and Omega. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's her. This Elfie right here. I
mean, when you look through the ears, they got this round thing. You can see straight through.
Yeah, that's a little. That's why they put the hat on her.
A little different, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of them like that, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
She was the first child, though.
Mostly Oriental, I noticed, right? Mostly Oriental.
Joe King, what happened, man? Come back. Well, Elfie was supposed to be the first child created as a robot, and
Yes.
she could tap into anything
Joking?
electrical. What's up, Joe
How are
King?
you, bro?
What's up, fellas?
I think Joe King watched Pulse, right? Didn't you say you did?
I did. Yep. That's why I got
Oh,
on.
cool. I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to. Okay. I'm gonna have to watch that too. I haven't watched all of it. I mean, I only started it.
It reminds me of what
only just-
technology does to us now. It drains the soul. Like people are committing suicide, right? And it was supposed to be a entity traveling through the computer wires and the internet and shit. And who knows? That could be done today. We don't know. It's coming through these
The
scrying
bird box
mirrors.
is very similar. The bird box is very similar, Chuck.
Hey, I didn't see the end of that. I ain't gonna lie. And I was watching it in freaking Germania or some language. I don't even know what it was. India or something.
Yeah, my wife called it right at the end of that flick of Pulse. Because I was like, yeah, you know, I see where they're getting the technology, but the idea at the end, I don't know if I want to spoil it or whatever, but
when they killed all the phones, they were breaking them all. And I said, that's what we need to do.
And further, and it was because Wi-Fi was kind of new, so they're figuring out.
That's what one of Kimber's posts. Sorry, I'm joking. Yeah,
no, go ahead,
that's what one of Kimber's posts is about. Is this bloody? It's killing them. It's killing our brains. And I mean, okay, we might be a bit older. We might be able to overcome a bit more. But these children who are getting phones off their mum at 2 and 1 and even younger, and by the time they're 4, some of these kids have even got bloody phones. You know?
Yeah, that's sad.
It's diabolical. Yeah.
My mom would not let me, even when I was punished, if she seen me sitting in front of that TV, she would say, go outside, right? Enough of that. Turn that up. I have one of them old school little white TVs that had bunny ear antennas that you had to put freaking aluminum foil on here and there, where you would turn the top knob for stations 3, 8, and 12, and then you had the bottom knob with the click, 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 click.
I was the remote. I was the youngest, so my dad would make me be the remote control. I was the original remote. And you had to put it in 0 to the bottom.
Change the channel.
44. Yeah. My grandpa got the first remote control, dude. We were tripping. It was this big one. They had these big buttons. They were like at an angle, and you'd be all.
I remember them.
Yeah. Remember the first one? The first cable box. The first cable box. You had to go up to the TV and press the buttons on it. I remember them.
Yep. The idea of something controlling something through the air tripped me out when I was little, man. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I bet.
I used to watch.
Fully.
It's crazy because when I lived with my aunt, my uncle, and my mom in one apartment, we had cable. But then when me and my mom moved out of there and got our own place, no more cable. I used to have to go to my grandfather's on the weekend to watch, cartoons.
I'm real pleased. I'm real pleased, guys, that my mum and dad didn't let us watch TV. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
outside is so much more fun.
Yeah, Dad would go, right, the news is on. He'd switch the telly on, and he'd watch the news and weather, and then the bloody thing went straight off. Nobody was allowed to watch it after the news and that.
Oh, you had to be quiet when the news was on. My dad.
Hell yeah.
Because you only had a half hour to get the news. It wasn't on all night. It was before CNN and stuff. So if my dad missed any minute, he'd be pissed.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh,
I got a picture here. It's me when I played the violin, but I don't have the it's just the suit I was wearing that night. And in the background, I see the TV's on. And what do I know? It's fucking Little House on the Prairie. And I know for a fact by the actor standing there. My mother loved that show. Who's RBKH? Oh, I know who that is. That's Bex. Rebecca. That's what that
Nice.
stands for.
Okay.
I knew it. Knew it.
Hi, friends.
What's up, Bex?
How are you guys?
Dude, long
Oh,
time
I
no
got
talk.
indigestion this morning. Had too
Pretty
much hot
good.
sauce on my tucker.
You got a
Oh, head.
sores on your tucker?
No, I said I
Yeah.
had too much hot sauce, so everybody's got an indigestion.
Shitting flames.
I didn't
You
even
got
know
the
what
high
I
octane.
didn't even know what a tucker was, but I'm pretty sure hot sauce on
Tucker
a
is
taco.
food.
A
His
Tucker is
taco is
tucker
what
had
you
the
said.
pucker.
Dude, when I'm driving,
Fucking hell,
and I'm
you
listening
guys
to
are,
Dean,
you guys are, gotta keep a bit of minds above the belt.
I do a Dean imitation when I'm driving by myself, when I'm listening to you guys, when I'm commuting. He'll be like, "Oh, that's a good fuck." Like he says like 3 words. It's like 3 words will be like 1 word. The way Dean says it, it's like it would be like, "Hey, the good fucking right there," like or something. I can't even think of it right now, but dude, I don't. I could listen to Dean all day talk.
Bless ya.
Everybody's talking about you, Rebecca. Where are you at? Where's you been at? Every channel I get on. Boy said you
Hey,
broke your foot or
guys.
something.
Yeah, Dean's got a good voice.
He does, yeah.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
hop
she
in real
broke
quick.
her foot.
Hey, Christos.
Hey, good to see you. I'm gonna join y'all in conversation, but I just wanted to ask Charles first about the Anuki guy, because I know he's been in the chat a couple times before, but sometimes I wonder if it gets to a point where it's like so many paragraphs that, you know, I'm just
Yeah.
looking at it, there's hello smoking in G sharp and then someone else, like they say hello
Hey,
and then
G.
all of a sudden it's a bunch of paragraphs.
Yeah, a lot
from
of people have said
Anuki,
something
so
about Anuki. And I've seen Anuki repeated yourself twice or 3 times. Come on, bro.
That's all
either
good,
it's just
though. I tell you what, I got a little bit
okay.
of information out of him this morning there by reading some of his stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'm
Yeah, I
not
thank you
just
gonna
very
don't
blame
want
much.
to prevent people from having conversation because all of a sudden there's like a huge block.
Yeah, I
Come
understand what
on.
you're saying,
Created.
Christos. Yeah.
Hopefully one day Anuki will come up.
I
and
used to
talk.
have that habit a lot.
I don't know.
No,
I think
I feel you.
it's a form of chat engagement, and you know, if it was a really busy chat room, even whether it was one in Anuki or 5 people having a conversation, you'd have to look past those other people's conversation to continue your own conversation. If there's only 3 people in chat, the only reason the only reason that Anuki looks like he's spamming the chat is because he's the only
He's
one
trying to get
engaging.
the whole lot out at once,
Well,
and he can't get it
yeah.
all out at once because there's only
And
so
when it
many
I'm
comes,
just saying, I don't even know if
Yeah.
it's a
but when
real
it comes to the algorithms, right? The algorithms like chat engagement, period. They don't care if it's 1 person or 50. Obviously, if 50s is better, obviously the more the merrier. Anyways, I'm not here to, I wasn't criticizing, I was just sharing
Well, I'm glad
additional
Christos said
information.
his opinion because I want to
Exactly.
know what people think about that. I mean, I don't have a problem with Anuki, but bro, don't, you know, if you're truly
It's all good.
about
Never upset me.
spreading information, whether you're copy pasting or whatever you're doing, you know, I've offered for Anuki to come up and talk, but that's why I don't know what he's about. Sometimes it looks like he's trolling. Sometimes I just let him be, man. Whatever. It ain't bothering me to the point where. But if other people feel some way, bring it up. Let me know.
Yep, that's the way.
Well, I hope
The
my
way to do
opinion
it.
is seen as just the same. That's all it is an opinion. Wasn't
Yeah, it really
correcting
don't bother me to the point.
Christos.
But
Yeah.
if it's annoying people to where they feel like they can't have a great conversation, you could speak up.
Yeah, but
I've never seen Anuki disrespect anyone. He never
and
did.
anyone who can't see past someone's comments in chat always has the option to create those comments incapable of themselves to see, right? That's what the personal blocking is for, right?
Well, just like Nemesis too.
Okay, I see
If
what
that
you
was
mean.
even him who used another account and was trolling, disrespecting, was disrespecting G, smoking in G sharp, disrespecting who was it that day? Candy
yeah.
was
Yeah.
disrespectful. So
Candy and,
then I took it
G,
upon
yeah.
myself to boot him out and ban him for life because I let him go. He could say whatever he wants. Chuck's a piece of shit. Fucking, you're a Satanist or this and that. Don't bother me. I'm about free speech. You can have an opinion, but when you start disrespecting people,
That dude's beyond lame,
about.
though. That dude's
Yeah.
beyond lame. He's just so bad,
He
contradicts
don't even know
himself.
what he wants to do.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cough, friends.
I definitely have learned some manners since I've come to the YouTube streets, okay?
I think,
'Cause I was a bit-
yeah.
I
Even
think,
some of that-
you know, it's
Come up
a
one time.
bit brash when I arrived.
Anyway, no problems, Anuki. We're not hating on you.
No, I actually took a lot out of a couple of things out of his book there, so I'm going to remember.
What do you think
Mark
about
that-
Lilith, Bex? Look at this, and Joe King. I want to see, and when people come up, I will. I'm gonna revisit this little scripture here, as I said my piece. Not this one. This one. Now, it says Adam complained before God that the wife he had given him had deserted him, and God sent forth 3 angels to capture her. They found her in the Red Sea, and they sought to make her go back with the threat that unless she went, she would lose 100 of her demon children daily by death. But Lilith preferred this punishment than going back with Adam. She takes her revenge by injuring babes or baby boys during the first night of their life, while baby girls are exposed to her wicked designs until they are 20 days old. The only way to ward off evil, blah, 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 blah. But people call her evil for making a decision. But I look at it like this. I stand outside the box and I look at it. God gave her the ultimatums. So she is in a lose-lose situation. She either goes back with Adam and be miserable, or her children will die. How many they say? 200 a night or something like that. 200 of her children by daily. So she was popping them out. But anyway, and a lot of those children were her and Adam's together. She was using Adam to create. I don't know, but
Yeah, that's like,
God
what does that
could've-
mean?
yeah, God could have picked any other ultimatum, but he chose to kill her children, just like he loves killing women and children. Like I said before, the Almighty, like
But
God.
that's where
Why
I'm
don't-
probably I'm
Hold
the
on,
wrong
no,
person
no.
to ask. Yeah.
The Almighty God can create shit out of sand and snap this into reality and that, but he can't just save the good women and children and men and eliminate all this filth. No, he has to destroy everybody, right? So don't sound too powerful if you gotta, It's
Well, for
just
me-
why they mad at Lilith when she had the pick. Does anyone ever step back and think, well, maybe God shouldn't have been so harsh in that way, right? Who
Well, he
is that
shouldn't. He
God?
shouldn't. He should not. I feel like you're there, Chuck. I mean, why create life and then destroy it? I mean, what's the
Right.
fucking
But
point?
that's one of the things that, that's one of the things that Phil was here talking about. First and foremost, don't assume the Lord is God.
Exactly.
Oh, I know, it's not my creator.
Right.
For the
So,
most part.
again, I don't know which is being referred to as what and who's being talked to here, but, it's this is not the Quran.
That was for
This is
Lilith.
not the Quran. Yeah, this is the Christian Bible. And not that I'm even claiming that the Quran's, I just know that the Quran is a little bit more,
harsh.
tends to be more thorough in its names for God and tries not to confuse them.
Oh, yeah.
So secondly, there's the concept of these, Bud Light girls, right? And they've been around since the beginning. They're why women don't minister in churches, because the men of the church don't look up the skirt of that lady at the front who doesn't happen to be a lady at the front. And the one man who's defending his wife is the only one looking up the skirt, claiming that up the skirt there's no penis. Okay, so just so people know,
Oh my God.
it's because men will be tricked by those Bud Light girls, and they will give them their heart, and they will fall in love with them, and they will protect them, right? So, not to knock the Bud Light girls. I'm just saying that ultimately
I feel
one
bad
of these.
for that guy.
Well, it happens.
And there's a pee-pee hanging. Woo!
I'm just saying it happens a fuck of a lot more than people want to talk about. People talk about pity fucks out there that women give to men. Think about dating a woman who's played all coy with you. You've fallen for her. She's beautiful, right? And eventually she tells you the only thing she has that you weren't expecting is something you're already fallen for. Trust me, this happens way more than men would want to admit. And I'm not trying to diss the Bud Light girls, okay?
You're right.
Again, it ends up being, I'm in love with this person. This person has a body part I didn't expect,
To. My friend
So
went to
ultimately,
go
when
get a woman hooker, and it happened to him.
When you're talking about Lilith and
ouch.
Eve and what they'll do to the boys and stuff like that, that's because these Bud Light girls, they get made in utero from XY chromosome people. It's called Swyer syndrome. It's called Klinefelter syndrome, right? Like, a lot of men have angst against women in this world because they are attracted to porn stars who are actually XY chromosome people, right? Now, they happen to be born in utero eunuchs who actually have all the body parts, can even get pregnant. So are they women or are they men? I'm not here to argue. I'm going to call them Bud Light girls and Jezebels and people who pass, right? Like, what I'm trying to say is when you get into these conversations about Eve and Lilith and you're not willing to talk about Bud Light girls or the extreme science that they've been doing to alter babies in utero, not outside of utero, all this inversion bullshit that happens on YouTube, talking about these couples at the top being inverted is bullshit. Okay? They're homosexual revering people. They're homosexual revering people who want XYs with XYs so that they can control population. Well,
I don't know, but
you were asking about Lilith. It's important. You were asking about Lilith and Eve, right? And Lilith and Eve have everything to do with this. Everything.
So you think Lilith was a man playing a woman?
I don't know. No, it's hard to say what I'm going to say. If Lilith was created first and Eve was created second, then Lilith was a biological woman, and Eve is the in utero eunuch. Let me finish, please.
So wouldn't that make them brother and sister?
The brother and sister in Christ, brother and sister in God. Just because we're talking about creation here. We're not talking about man's banker's world and how they divvy us up in little apartment buildings like we're in postal fucking.
Excuse me, in a minute. In the movie 9, Chuck, was what number was the girl?
7.
Okay, it's all right. Thank you. Sorry, Bex.
And there's no need to. I just wanted to be clear and say which one is who. Who is XX and who is XY out of Lilith and Eve? I would assume the XX came first and the XY came second. However, that probably comes down to which came first, the chicken or the egg. Now we're actually talking God's laws, right? Now we're talking creationism or evolution. If you believe in that. So if we're talking evolution, then evolution would say Lilith was XX and Eve was XY, right? But if we're talking about, if you ignore evolution, I can't really put who's who into the equation and who was rejected and who based on stories of man to justify a world run by not family men. This world has not been run by family men for thousands of years. This world has been run by men who don't have time to have families for thousands of years.
Well, I reckon actually been run by AI myself, actually. It's been run by AI for a lot longer.
AI needs a man to operate it, though. It's prompt-based.
I think
they just don't want us to believe. They don't want good people to believe that men would do those things. It's hard to
that
fathom
lady
that a man would
Astor.
do something. It's
I'm
easier
not.
to
I'm not
believe that a
saying it
robot would.
wasn't run by man, but I mean, to me, what I got out of the movie Creator is if you have a look at all the first robots, they seem to be Asian-looking people, and they were all older, which kind of fitting with using body parts of people that were older or close to death or had been killed, maybe. I don't know.
I see. Yeah.
But their
Yep.
bodies were older, and it wasn't until the last one part of it, and they created a child with a new body, right?
Yeah. But that's where, like,
Uh,
whether God created something or man created something as a reset, you know, if we destroyed ourselves, would we, and we were capable of destroying and recreating ourselves, you know, whether God had man create it or whether God created it, you know, this trip switch, this idea of a, we are in a recreation, you know, we don't call them creation organs. We call them reproductive organs. You know, we carry the DNA of predecessors in us to bring them back, not to pull a page from the Mormon
I
book.
understand what you're saying.
You know,
I mean,
yeah. So
I fully believe what you're saying, because we've got the Smithsonians, right? And if you have a look at how they have been working, I mean, even in our early history here in this country and in Australia and a lot of other countries, the Smithsonians like come in and they collect a lot of bones. Now they're out collecting bones, and to me, the bones have got marrow. Now, if you look at a lot of scientific research, they look for the marrow in the bone because it holds the best DNA.
well, and that's
The marrow
exactly
in
what I would say. It's exactly what I would say they're up to, Dean. Is like they take basically Tutankhamun's DNA, right? Let's just pick Tutankhamun. I don't know why we're picking on him, because we're not ableists, okay? Because we're not ableists.
Okay.
So So we pick Tutankhamun and we want to recreate Tutankhamun's avatar, right? Now, likely in hopes to pull Tutankhamun's spirit to that avatar, because in the meantime, Tutankhamun's spirit is looking for its best match, its next best match. It's synthesized and born into sin, SYN, let's say. It's synthesized and corrupt avatar, right? So now what epigenetics can do likely is actually take information from the blood, perhaps, of any best fit relative. So let's just say they do Tutankhamun's 23andMe, and they come up with 100 closest relatives to Tutankhamun. Well, they're going to go get that blood, and they're going to go find the best egg and the best semen closest related, and tweak it with the blood from others to try and epigenetically create Tutankhamun's avatar in somebody, so that Tutankhamun may be reborn. Maybe, right? Now, the closer they get it, the more likely they are to probably create the perfect avatar for us, you know, for whoever it is.
And I mean, how many would we say, when we give blood, for example, how many clones could they get of the same person with that amount of blood, right?
Well, the one thing I would say is I don't think it's as easy to create that avatar as they make it out to be, if you're trying to make specifics, right? Now, I guess once you've got it dialed in, you probably need specific biological DNA beyond the blood. Like, I would bet you need an egg of a close relative, which is why it comes down to the idea that Lilith runs around stealing Eve's eggs. It's probably the other way around. Again, it doesn't really matter which is whom, you know, but there are genetically created Swyer syndrome women who are born XY women who are capable of carrying babies. They used to have cesarean sections. We're about 20 years into them giving birth. Right? They take the birth control pill to bring on menstruation and to finish developing. And for all intents and purposes, there is nothing not female about them, except for maybe some level of biological imperative to be home with their children. And that may be why they are professionals and they have high sex drives, and they, you know, don't grow when they're perfect. Androgyne insensitive syndrome is born without even pubic hair, which is why they have women shaving their twats. So again, I'm not trying to rain on people's parades here, because I'm not trying to call these, yeah, I'm not trying to call these people not women, because technically there'd be nothing not women about them except for the fact that they're XY chromosome, they wouldn't even know, and they need fertility help, which even the fertility doctors wouldn't tell them that that's a gonad, not an ovary. They wouldn't even necessarily know themselves. That's how well this is done, you know. And so people could say, oh, it's man's doing it. We could blame it on the Catholic Church. We could look all the way back into the words mon and money and mon Venus and bankers, and understand the original value on this planet was eggs. That's where money comes from. It's where the moon reference to money comes from, you know. So, you know, this idea of sacrificing your firstborn child may not have even been about an actual blood sacrifice, beyond actually giving your firstborn child to a system that then uses its epigenetics to now that's talking about Tyre. I'm going back into the land of Tyre, and something I learned through Tartarian Truth, who's a trusted source in book reading. Okay. Not that I mean to sound like I didn't read the book myself. I didn't, right? But in the land of Tyre, you gave up a child so that you could, you know, you could get a store or whatever. It was basically a bank. It was like a banker's move. Now, those children went on to be priests and nuns and stuff like that. They weren't like sacrificed, but they were
Tyre
sacrificed.
Is modern day.
Yep, I think this, you know, the Skull and Bones Club, that type of thing.
It's Lebanon, modern day Lebanon. It's Tyre.
Is it Lebanon?
Yep. Yeah, with the cedar, the trees, the forest. That's where Hiram Abiff comes from. That's where the origination of Freemasonry comes right out of there. That's where King Solomon, because Hiram Abiff was the best carpenter out there. He used the famous wood that the flag has the cedar trees. And
but isn't
he could take that cedar and make the best stuff. So King Solomon said, I want this Hiram of Tyre to come build my temple. And so that's the origin of Freemasonry. And that's where that big old thing exploded, and that the fireworks exploded a couple years ago. That fake mushroom cloud, that was right there in Lebanon, right on that shore, right there.
Tell me, Joe, is gopher wood like a cedar?
I believe it is. That over there in Florida, with it, which the ark was made of, the gopher wood. You know, it's but I think it has different consistent as far as like cedar. I think is better for structures or something, and that's better for boats or something. But I don't know the wood. You know,
cedar is a natural antiseptic and antibacterial and
long lasting. Right,
very long lasting.
So. All right, Dean, I don't know if you did any research on this, but when we were watching the movie 9, we had seen the symbol. So me and Dean, I already know a few of these symbols. Like the one on the right reminds me of Saturn, right?
At the top, on the top right.
Yeah, the top right. That and that. You know, sort of. I'm not saying it is. Then the one on the bottom reminds me of the Omega symbol.
The end.
Okay. Okay. I didn't do any
at the top left reminds me of the Cancer symbol. And there's other symbols I'm going to align with it too. I have to look, but that's the first one I thought of when I seen it. That's what I said. Cancer, Saturn,
I've been bloody busy watching movies. I even watched Gulliver's Travels before I went to bed last night. Have you ever seen Sorry.
No, just she is, Dean, you asked what number she was. She was number 7. And she also has on this mask that reminded me of the plague doctor,
Right.
and they use this mask in balls too when they do them whatever the masquerades, right? That's the type of mask she had on.
Yolanda pointed out that the Cancer sign on its side is also could be the fish for Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Nice. Thank you. Even like Saturn and Jupiter, their symbols are kind of similar.
The Jupiter.
Yeah. But to me, because these were the three symbols that were on this device that he used to pull the soul. These 9 little guys were created out of his soul. They're like 9 versions of this guy. 9 different little characters that he made. So you got to watch movie 9. He also created the... It reminds me of World War II. The whole thing, like the technology they had, and it just in a true creator story too. Like we're like a kabillion versions of the creator. There's an infinite amount of versions for the creator. You could never
isolate it.
Yeah, you could never live, or you could never be every version of the creator. It's impossible. It's infinite.
That's a good point, actually. You probably, because of that, you can't actually isolate it down to one, right?
There might be creators. That's what I think.
I would pose that it's as much as people might see it as a punishment. You know, if we were in a video game, we would assume that there's some leveling up at the end of this. And I'm not assuming death is the end of this, right? We assume death is the end of this because that's what we've been told. But there's also people out there like my arch nemesis right now who would say, no, this is a trap, right? This is a trap. That's part of the trap, right? Like, don't fucking believe it, you know? But what I would say is, if you were an all-powerful, all-knowing being, right, and you wanted to grow, and you wanted to expand your ability to be all-powerful and all-knowing, it might involve some sort of separated creation of yourself in order to separate aspects of yourself in order to enhance those aspects without being all-knowing and all understanding. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know, to me, it makes sense that even an all-knowing, all-powerful creator, I mean, we're not supposed to put ourselves in their shoes, but we allegedly have created AI, right? So yeah, I know we're looking, you know,
why don't they want us to put.
So I would say if we put ourselves in the shoes of something that knows everything, wouldn't it want to evolve itself? Wouldn't it be like the Lonely Prince in the book itself, even if it has all of its creation around it? So to me, I would say there's something about its own evolution occurring through the separation into humanity.
Well, the God has flaws. What ding dong sacrifices his son for us? That's just like,
I think the only ding dong that sacrifices his son for us. Yeah, but if there is truth to it, then one has to figure out how and why, right? So I myself was caught up in the language for years. It made no sense. I thought that Christians were just spewing programmed verbiage at me that I couldn't intellectualize or comprehend. Where if you were a father that created everything, and you knew that for the sake of humanity, death needed to be introduced into the equation.
Yeah,
and that's
fucking good it did.
Well, we assume that death happened before all of this, but I that's where I would posit to say that time began at the birth and death of some man, okay? Some person, some entity, right? Happens to be Jesus Christ is who we put time T around right now. Time T starts there. right? Time T is dependent on death. The only reason you need time is when you have a birth and death cycle, right? And that's where I would say the only person capable of coming down here and dying and creating the opportunity for life and death to be a part of the equation, the only father that would do that would put himself in his own son's shoes to do it and sacrifice his own. Well, that's what the story says he did. The story says he did. It wasn't his son. It was him in his son of his body.
They say it's
the body
his
of his
son,
right?
it's him, it's this, it's that.
Well, if I go with the logic of why, that's because no father would send his son. His father would only send himself.
Bex, where are you at with like history in general? Like, as far as how much of it do you think is true and stuff?
Well, I think that a lot more history is true than we think. It's just trying to put it in linear time that confuses us, because prior to the death of somebody, that would have been eternal, and it's impossible to take eternity at the moment it becomes time and people start dying. Let's just say 1 trillion people died in the first year, right? How do you even record that? Like, well, you know, so I would say that historically we've tried to put things in linear time when time wasn't linear until the life and death cycle happened, and that life and death cycle started happening potentially at the death of one of us. And that death had to be put so far back in order to put things in linear time. They've actually lied about the timeline of even that death. It happened way more recently. That's why people didn't know how to raise babies.
That's why I don't trust it, because there's too many lies.
How could we be 6,000 years into this, and 100 years ago they used to sun their babies? They used to sun their babies out on cages out their window and shit like that. You know, like it's
with everything else. Lilith is first mentioned in ancient Babylonian text as a class of winged female demons that attacks pregnant women and infants from Babylonia. So you're always going pre-Bible with every single one of these things. There's something that connects it that supposedly was like pre-Bible and stuff like that. And knowing, it's kind of like interesting to me.
It's a fucking, all that shit in the past is the past. It ain't helping the future any bit. I don't know none of those people. I've watched people suffer just as much as those people in the Bible. But my point is, how is that past going to fix our future? It hasn't done shit for the future, but make us run in circles and just create more time wasted while these fuck nuts. And I've heard a million excuses of why we haven't done something about it. But it's interesting in ways, the Bible.
There's a lot of confusion. Yeah.
We could go on for days, right, with the Bible. Like, you know, Bex has probably done a lot of research. We all can have our own opinions. We could debate back and forth for centuries on this stuff. There's like the book of this, the book of that. Everyone has a book but us. Are we creating our own book? Why isn't the book of Joe, right? The book of Rebecca, the book of Dean? What about our lives? Are they not just as important as all these fuckers in the Bible? I think so. I think everyone should write their own book. We could all learn from each other. And I get hated on a lot because I don't treat these books like, you know,
you don't reverence those books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're regurgitating a bunch of scriptures a philosopher wrote. You know? What about, you know, why don't people recite their own scripture? You know, about what they present their own lessons, what they've been through to help people so many ways. Like, people don't forgive themselves, but they're begging God and Jesus for forgiveness. And I think you gotta forgive yourself first.
If you wrote a book, or I wrote a book, we'd have a lot of flaws in our bloody book. There'd be a lot of black lines, bad bloody places that we went, or we got thrown into a, you know. But when you get these books, these old scrolls, they're like all so bloody perfect. How can you, you know?
Yeah.
It's
just perfect.
To me, it's
like they tell stories of deities that they were so perfect. I've never seen a perfect human that hasn't done anything wrong, hasn't lied, everyone makes mistakes, and I think that's a
hasn't had a
major
bloody
part of
broken
life.
leg or a finger chopped off or a fucking half a foot missing. I mean,
Everything's a lesson,
yeah.
man.
Mm.
It's part of growing up. It's a part of elevation. It's a part of learning from your mistakes. It's a lot of things. I think mistakes play a big part in life for a good reason. If you didn't make mistakes, you know, how could you ever learn, right? I don't know.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, we're given a book, and it's not just one or two we're given a book. If you go and have a look at, if you have a look at the orphan trains where they shipped all these children across different countries, especially America, shipped out to New Zealand, to Australia, they all learnt to read out of the Bible.
Yeah.
Now that is pretty bloody profound, if you want to ask me.
In prison, Dean, that's one book you can guarantee to have in your cell is the Bible. When you're in locked in the basement, when you do something wrong, they strip you of everything. You're allowed to have one book, and that's the Bible.
The fucking Bible.
And,
excuse my French, but yep.
And that wasn't like just cutting you off.
That's a training. That was the first program before the bloody TV, as far as I'm concerned, Chuck.
I like to hear Bex's. I might not agree with her all the time, but she has a lot of logical stuff to say.
Well, she's got common sense in her brain. She can put things together. She's a good conversationalist. Yeah. Mm.
Like, I don't know, man. I think, you know, people say, well, look, you know, people have come to me and said, Chuck, man, you always look at things in the negative way.
Fuck, there's a lot of negativity around us, mate. It's hard not to. Mm.
Yeah. How are we ever going to fix it if we don't point it out? And I think our generation does a good job at questioning. The 80s babies did a lot of questioning, a lot of, and had the balls to stand up and call it out. And I'm not dissing my grandparents or my mom and all that. My mother, actually, their generation was kind of the starter of it. They lit the wick. But religions, to me, create division. Like, I've heard someone say, what if they're all right? You know, what if your version of the creator's right? Isn't it your relationship with your higher self or the higher power, you know, instead of you being brainwashed, it's up to you. That's a personal path you're walking. So, you know.
Well, you take a lot of atheist people who have never read the Bible. They're proud people in themselves. They've not been built up on another person's opinion, right?
Who would want to worship a god?
I mean, even you could isolate that even more and say that a person was born to two people out in the country, in some wilderness, and they'd never known any societies. They didn't even know that there was such a thing as a tribe or anything. You know, they're not pre-programmed by other people. They've only got their parents and the wilderness around them. And they become strong individuals. And even if their parents die at say 9, 10 or 11, they are still capable of taking over and looking after themselves. And, you know,
that's the problem with the book, Dean, that I have.
Yes.
Someone's got to present it to you, and they have to. it didn't come natural to me. My whole life, religion, they're trying to convince me that it's the truth, and my inner self wasn't convinced. I was left with more questions and hypocriticism, whatever. I was going to make my own word.
Hypocrisy.
There. Yeah.
Hypocrisy.
And too many questions. To me, if something is truth, you don't need to convince a person. You know, you will resonate with it. It's, you know, the truth.
You know,
the water looks to level out. It's facts. I resonated with that automatically. You don't got to convince me that. You know.
Well, I was just listening to Gulliver's Travels before I went to bed last night. It's an old bloody story. It's a movie. It came out in 1969, but there was actually a book, right? And Gulliver turns out to be a giant, but he's not only a giant, he gets it to be a miniature amongst the giants. And you know, it's bloody, yeah, it was all part of the bloody me watching giants and talking about giants. The algorithm starts to put the stuff into your feed. But what I wanted to say about it is that 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 13 seconds in there, so it's near the end. Gulliver Travels was asked by the giant to confess. Confessed that he was a witch.
What movie was this?
Gulliver Travels.
What? What?
Gulliver.
Gulliver?
Yep, Gulliver Travels.
All right. Write that down.
And so at 1 hour, 27 minutes and 13 seconds, he was asked to confess by the giants. And he confessed that the sun goes round the earth, and the world is flat. Oh, fuck, it was brilliant. So that was in 1969, right?
I like that map that you gave me, Dean. I'm gonna pull that up.
I got that movie review too, if you want it. I'm telling him right now. Yeah. No.
What movie?
The one as far as Pulse. My take on Pulse. The one, was that what it's called? The one we watched?
Oh yeah, and I just want to say it also means Libra too. The Omega sign, air and autumn too. If you add that line, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. Good on you, Chuck. Yep.
That picture of Jesus where he's got the A in one hand and the O in the other is kind of a trip.
Alpha and Omega, yeah.
And you know what it is? You know what life is called? It's called the meantime. In between the A and the O is the meantime. That's what your life is.
Purgatory, heaven and hell.
Yeah, but that movie, dude, Pulse. So you know, the first thing that was a trip about it is it was made by who's that pervert dude that got busted in Hollywood?
Pee Wee Herman.
No. As far as the producer guy,
Weinstein.
So that was a Weinstein film.
Wow.
Which was interesting because then you start watching the way they film it. Because so Wes Craven made it, who made Nightmare on Elm Street, and so he's like, that's where the horror twist came to it. But the photography was definitely influenced by Weinstein. The way he followed these girls, or these gratuitous shots of their body, was interesting. The way he did it, you know, I was like, you know, you watch it back in the days, you don't really notice it. You're like, oh, that chick's good looking. No, they're showing her. And it was total Weinstein, dude, total pervy. But as far as the story and stuff, man, it's so just telling you they can get you, you know, until you get away from them, they're able to get you, you know, and they did.
The Weinstein list is coming out, Joe. I just had to say that since it was brought up. And I go, yeah, it's coming out now after they washed a lot of names off. But go ahead.
Yeah, and those are the one girl is from a girl in the CarMax commercials. It's in like Lazy Boy commercials, and like she's on TV a lot. And I don't know, she kind of looked like a little boy in that movie too. Speaking of that, all that stuff. But I was like, whoa, she kind of, I don't know. The other
gosh,
girl,
gosh.
that little black girl was so cute though, man. She was like, ooh, that's the camera is all
Oh
over her.
yeah.
That's a female. But what do you call it? Yeah. So, but the idea of the Wi-Fi and them getting, and they made it obviously personified it in some evil guy that went and got you, but that's them. That is them. That they're saying this is us. Here's our reach, and unless you shut us off completely, we can get to you. You know what I mean? If we have our infrastructure near you, you're got, and your thoughts are controlled and everything's controlled. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's a trip. It's worth watching. For sure.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff in there that.
What was that movie, Joe?
It was Pulse. 2006.
Okay,
Yeah.
I still gotta watch it. I haven't watched it yet.
I had a fun date one time. You know that guy, McCoskey. What's his name? God, I can't remember. I used to listen to him. Howdy McCoskey or whatever. He did the movie. Oh my gosh, it's called where the plane crashes and the dude that lives a day kind of over and over again. It was a great day because he goes on, I watched his channel. He goes, go watch this movie and then come back. I have a review. So I was like off work that day and I did it and it was super fun. Oh my God. Drew Barrymore's in it. She's a teacher. It's at a high school. And Seth Rogen. It's like
movie, not the guy that went on the water tower. No, I forgot what movie that was. He played the retarded guy.
It's a real good one though. I'll get the name of it.
That's What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Yes.
No. Oh yeah. What's this one?
No. Well, there was a movie with Adam Sandler where a girl was in an accident. And she would wake up every day and have to play the tape.
Oh yeah.
But there's another one. I think I seen that one.
Was there an animated movie you guys were talking about with the symbols? 9? Is that what it's called?
Oh yeah, 9. It's a good movie. People gotta watch Littlefoot. Is it Littlefoot or Little Feet? But there's the whole concept that they use to lie to the Bigfoots, I think, is used in our society. I've said before how they told them there's nothing off the mountain. It's all that exists. Just like they tell us we live on the ball and there's nothing else to explore. They hid all that land from us and got us believing we're on the ball and there's nothing else out there. Blows my mind how they did it too. But what do we know, right? We're just conspiracies.
Well, an interesting question that was asked in chat in London Man's show yesterday was, to me anyway, was it was in the chat. I can't remember who said it, but they asked, what was this land like before the Titans land got turned to stone? What were they standing
Beautiful.
on?
Peace to Yolanda, Mark Basket, and everyone. Peace to the whole chat, man. This is dope.
I just I don't romanticize the
Yeti
past.
life. Did someone say Bigfoot? Yeah.
Hi, Yeti.
Watch the movie Yeti Life. Watch the movie Littlefoot, and it's about these Yetis that live on a mountain. Common plays the chief of the tribe in the movie Littlefoot, and to me, it's a kid's movie. But once again, the truth is right in there about our society. They always put them in them damn kids' movies, the truth. It's like 9 has some truth to it.
If things were better in the past, the only reason we would be given the opportunity to imagine them better outside of our own knowledge, like outside of what our grandmother told us, would be so that we can create the better future that the better past was to tell us about, not to lament it. We spend so much time romanticizing the past and never imagining a better future that I don't understand why I don't understand the role of the past if it's only to be
Well, that's what
nostalgic.
I reckon that these religious books have done. They give
Keep
us a
stuck in the
past,
past.
so we're
But
always
even-
stuck in it. Yeah.
I don't know. Every book does that then. Like, I get that they were an imperative part of the program, so I'm not discrediting that because I would
That's
say
why I
ultimately
say the
there was
word
but there was also a
has
point
been.
in time. There was also a point in time where those books, like I come from a culture where that book was only taught in school, right? Nobody went to church. Nobody, in fact, so few people used it that it was, you know, under the guise of more religious representation in school or whatever the term would be for that, you know, under the guise of not imposing religion on people, it got abolished in school. So I don't know what culture people talk about. My culture, the people I came from, the people I was raised around, that book was only introduced for 5 years in school and was never a huge part of the program. So one of the reasons that book might have been introduced at all was to be able to pull people from the masses of a belief system that actually some of the belief was written into that book to pull those people from that masses into an institutionalized world. So to blame the book versus the people who controlled the book and disseminated it is, I think we miss the mark. We're not getting the 20% truth out of it then. And we're blaming a book, not the man who organized the institution.
What I'm
I
going to
always
say,
blame the
Bitch,
authors,
is
the
that if you have a
philosophers who
look,
wrote that book for King James.
if you have
God
a look
didn't
at
write
all
none of that
the
shit.
people who live as closely as they can attuned to the natural biorhythms of the earth, and to have a try and have a relationship with that environment, they, you know, to be as symbiotic
I'll be
as
right
they
back.
possibly can. They don't need no bloody books. They didn't even write bloody signs or anything.
That's because they've adopted the religion of naturalism in lieu of the religion offered through books.
I mean, you can call it a religion if you want to.
It is a religion. It is. I'm not calling it that. It is a religion. It is a belief system.
That's only books that have said that it's just a religion.
It's a belief system. But it's a belief system.
Does a dog have a religion? Is that a religion because a dog lives by the rules of the surrounding landscape? Is that a religion for dogs?
Naturalism is the exact religion that likens a human being to an ape. So, and it is a faith-based religion that says that we came from apes, right? And that we are
don't identify with us like that. Apes don't identify with us like that.
Yeah, but
dogs don't identify like that. Cats don't identify that. We're the only one that doing that.
Yeah, but we're conscious.
Well, hang on, they're not conscious. That's who's saying they're not conscious.
I'm just saying they're not conscious of using language and disseminating information and building buildings and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not interested in getting into a debate about
that might be the bloody problem right there, Bix. Is the fact that we've been
given. But all I know is that I'm not a dog, I'm not a cat, I'm not an ape, I'm a human, and I'm more important.
Oh well, okay. Well, I mean, that's why we kill animals and take their lives and move them around like we do and lock them in cages because we think we're better than them.
You don't have to lock them in cages to think to live a life understanding that you're better than them. And that you mean more.
Anybody who's got a bloody cat in a 10-story building in a room is locking them in a cage.
They're domesticated. They die out there. They are miserable and scared creatures out in the wild. Domesticated
only because they've been programmed.
In Australia, I've heard that one of the reasons why Australians don't have cats, and maybe this is the same for you guys down there, and maybe it's a difference in a literally in the atmosphere. Because up here,
Well, we
when
do
our
have
cats
cats.
go, yeah, but
Yeah,
just
we
bear
have,
with me.
do have
Bear with
cats.
me, please, Dean. Bear with me, please.
Okay, okay.
My friend in Australia told me that the reason that they don't actually allow cats, because cats are not indigenous to Australia, is that when the cat gets out into the wild, like a wild boar, okay, like a wild boar, it actually grows, like as pigs in real life, if you let them out, they will in their own lifetime grow fur, drop a jaw, grow bigger teeth. These cats literally in their own lifetime become twice the size, right? They become vicious, and they can eat and prey upon all the small wildlife, even though we know Australia is full of, now maybe my friend was pulling my leg, but he has a feral cat around his property and you're supposed to kill them. You're supposed to actually kill any feral cat in Australia because they're not indigenous to Australia, because they actually, something literally changes about the creature that is a cat. So all I'm saying is whatever happens, whatever kind of cats you've been exposed to down under, which I know you're not exactly down under, but to someone far away, you're very close, closer than here. We don't have that here. Our cats literally die when they're let outside, and they would take multiple generations. It takes we don't even know how many generations because they're so fucked without man. So it's not the case that you know, if man did that to cat, then cats wanted it to happen to man. Evolution doesn't stop because we built houses. Evolution
we got a line. We got a line
we are
rock
part
here.
of the evolutionary process. And those animals those animals provide a lot of love for people who can't get love from human beings. And why isn't that part of the source? Why isn't that part of Mother Nature's plan? Why isn't Mother Nature's plan? Yeah, when the Titans were here, bullshit.
When the Titans were here, there were lions in New Zealand too, right?
Cool. Great.
So who's to say that all animals didn't roam freely across the whole expanse, and that we say now they're endemic is only because we confined them to some one place?
I know, but the cats themselves evolved. We're not talking about lions. I'm talking about cats, and cats don't come from lions. Okay, they didn't shrink into domestic house cats.
How do we?
Right?
Well, what happened to us that we become small and that you were giants?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. So I don't know. You have to prove to me.
You don't believe there were giants here?
I don't believe that I was a giant. I don't believe that I was a giant.
But the giant DNA might have been the DNA that
yeah, might have been, but I don't know. I don't know. Could have also come from a different crater, different planet, different part of the flat plane, depending on how people see it.
I know you like to overtalk people, and I know that's how you get to be the one that's ruling the conversation.
Dean, I'm not ruling the conversation. I've listened to you for months. I'm having a debate.
No, you haven't.
And you feel overpowered?
No, you haven't. You listen to a portion of what I say, and then you take over the conversation.
I listen to you all over, and I adore it. I adore it, but you resent conversation with me, so you call me overpowering.
No.
Grow up.
You just...
What happened?
I say grow up.
You're a bloody clown.
They started talking about wild cats and stuff, and lions and cats and growing, and I don't know what the hell
I had to pay my phone bill, man. Sorry about that.
Good work, Charles.
I went to call, and it was like, Mr. Waz, you owe us money, biatch. Pay your bill.
We have cats in this country too, Bits, and they are there's lots of wild cats. In Australia, I've seen wild cats, but the dingo over in Australia controls those cats more so than people realise, because they are wild dogs.
We have wildcats here as well. Not as much on the island as on the mainland, but there are wildcats. But they're not wild domestic cats. They're a different...
We don't have wild dogs here, but they can't, so we have to kill the buggers. But in Australia, they've got wild dogs, and wherever there's wild dogs roaming around, you don't see cats.
Yeah, we don't have wild dogs so much here that I'm aware of. Wolves. Coyotes.
And telling me to grow up doesn't make a good thing between us.
No, I know, but neither does it, Dean, when you start dismissing me, you started it, okay? You started it by saying, oh, Bex, you like to overpower conversations. Oh, you don't listen to me. So, you know, you can dish it out, but you can't take it, old man.
You have before.
Okay, I'm going to say, you know what, Charles? I'm going to say goodbye, okay? I adore you all, okay? I'm going to be listening in chat because I adore listening to you chat, Dean, and I do listen to you all the time. I listen when I'm not here, and I enjoy it very much, and I'm going to go do that. Okay, bye, friends.
Have a good day.
I don't even know what the point of you guys were talking about. I can't remember.
But something about cats in Australia.
What happened with Bex?
And I just wanted to say that there is Lion Rock here in New Zealand. It's a bloody massive rock. It looks like a bloody lion. To me, it was a titan. Shut up. Shut up, Ted.
It's interesting stuff for sure.
Oh, my bad, Christos. There he is.
And I believe the Titan and the Titan animals. And the Titan animals ruled. They weren't confined to one land. That's what I'm trying to say. They weren't confined to one land.
Yeah, I don't know. They couldn't even have fit in that cave I was in, though. I mean, if even like a 10-foot tall guy wouldn't even have fit. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's just like, I need more. There's some, where I'm at, there's so many stories of giants and tombs and cave. They're old desert rats that take care of these, say they take care of tombs with giants in them and stuff. And it's
I want to go underground.
Yeah, it's cool. Underground is huge, man.
I need an M14 though.
Hey, Charles, were you reading that book where the title with the guy was called I Am Him or something like that, and he gets taken underground by a guy with no eyes and stuff like that? Were you reading that book or no? I Am the Man is his name. Yeah, it's a story. Someone else was reading it, and Manly P. Hall, there just came out with an old reading he did from 1959 of it, like a rare one. And
peace, Anna K. Sorry.
Anna K. Yeah, this guy goes 10 miles under, lives underneath there and stuff. That's a trip. Yeah.
What happened now, Anna K? What did I miss? Every time I put my headphones down, I come back. Like last time, there was a dispute.
Yeah, it was just me and Bex, because I wanted to say that there were lions here in New Zealand. There's a Lion Rock. And she said that these creatures grow to massive sizes if they're left unchecked. Well, so was all the Titans just unchecked creatures that grew and grew and grew?
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like to me, it doesn't upset me to talk about it. I'm not really into, I look at it closely and consider it, but it's like.
Yeah,
I let you up, Christos.
Me either.
As soon as I let you up, you jump down.
It's all very well for one person to jump in and say one thing, and then if another person does, they say, "Hang on a minute, I haven't finished." But I hadn't, sometimes I don't get to finish either, but it doesn't bother me, right?
Yeah, we all like our own voices for sure, man, for sure.
That's, one thing about me is I don't claim to know it all. I am open-minded to hear people out, but I am stuck in some of my own ways. Like,
hey, I've had bloody.
I stand my ground.
I'm 70 in less than bloody 28 days. If you can't get in ground and ground into your own being by bloody age of 70, surely there's something bloody happening that you're different, right? You try and have the same discussion with a 90-year-old, right? They're gonna bloody they're gonna look at you as a person who has no respect for their elders.
Mm-hmm.
That's where this new generation is going, but I don't ever claim to know it all, because I don't think we could know everything.
I don't know it all either.
80 years is just a fart on this place. we're born and gone so fast. You know, I personally think we could live 180 years old. You know,
Oh, for sure.
If we ate correctly and they had those frequency healing centers, you know, I think that played a major part.
Dude, you got to see this thing, Charles, on the Bosnian pyramid. You know, the biggest pyramids in Bosnia.
Yeah.
And dude, I just watched this video
They
last
went
night.
to explore it, and they kicked the dude out, the archaeologist of Egypt, because it would destroy Egypt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people go there to heal. Like, you take tours.
Why do you think it's called Egypt? Because you got gypped in Egypt.
Dude, there's these giant. Imagine a quartz crystal put inside a piece of ceramic, melted around it like a little ball. So the ceramics around the crystal. They made these giant ones, huge boulders, okay? And you go inside the pyramid, right? And they're sitting there. And they're huge, and they're totally man-made, you know, for sure. And what they figured out is that those are markers for like 100 feet down, there's a river that goes along those giant ceramic things with, I mean, dude.
Electromagnetic energy.
Blown, bro. My
with
mind
water,
blown.
too.
I mean,
salt water at that.
Yeah, trip, dude. So trippy.
B said, Bosnia pyramid still emitting radiation. What am I doing?
Well,
not like you think.
I mean, I quite like Joe. I quite like the idea of.
Let me get a picture of this Bosnian pyramid.
Making myself a labyrinth on my lawn, right? If you were watching some of Chuck's lives last week or so, he's been showing the resonator, right, with all the capacitors and such. But you have a look at a labyrinth; they're very similar in design, and you know, to me, these labyrinths, they're not petty things. They're something that have been part of our past, because there are many labyrinths around the world. They're now all recorded, of course, and anyone that makes one, they invite you to give out the information, what you've done with it, how you built it, and even to have it as a location for people to come to, who are people who like to venture to these labyrinths and use them, right? So we've got pyramids. Who's to say that these pyramids, if you were to look at the pyramids, whether they were set up as to look like a massive labyrinth on the earth, right?
What's up, Christos left again, yo. Everyone else about to say what up. Next time, Christos, you're going to have to pay a toll fee.
I'd like, I mean, if you could, I'd like to get up, you know, like high enough to see if there is some kind of labyrinth shape, because many of our ley lines and grid lines in cities appear to look and very much like a computer chip or a resonator or such, that's got all the co-joining lines of a labyrinth or a maze.
Yeah, that's the one I put in chat with the trippy freaking things inside the pyramid. But that one in Bosnia, like the famous Bosnian tennis player goes in there to heal, and like all kinds of people know that you go right in the middle of that thing. And it's like a healing center.
Frequency.
It's
I was
way
watching
bigger than the big one in Egypt. It's twice as big as the one.
I was watching a thing on the frequencies and electricity, and it's like every yard you go up, the voltage changes. The higher you go, the greater the voltage that you can collect, right? So if you have a wire that goes up, say 1 yard, you're going to get, say, 2 volts. If you go up 2 yards, you're going to get 4 or more. If you go up 100 yards, you're going up into the, you know, stronger voltage. So the further up we go, the greater the voltage is going to get, right?
That's what a Tesla car, some Tesla car had like just an antenna in the back that ran the cars supposedly. Just yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Or like you've seen the Skinwalker Ranch where they just stick a probe
and because we're a battery and we got our feet in the earth, most of us have, you know. Not all of us, but you know, there's a few of us. I can't say most of us.
Yeah.
There's a few of us who walk around bare feet. I walk around bare feet still. I can walk on stones. You know, my feet aren't soft. I could even walk. When I was a kid, I could walk through a bloody patch of bloody thistles, and it wouldn't even get a prickle. My bloody skin was like leather. But anyway, I feel that you can ground yourself out, and because we are like a battery within ourselves. But imagine, we're only minute in the scheme of things compared to, say, a giant titan, and these creatures were right up there. If they were 80 feet high, you know, 80 feet. What's that in yards? 3's into 80.
Yeah.
What's it?
I just feel like it would kind of take away from God, though. You know, like that wouldn't be like, what would God just make a big mistake or do something? You know what I mean? Like, and I just feel like there has to be God, and I just don't think the two things jive. Not that I don't dislike them, the giant trees and everything. It's really cool. It just doesn't seem, I can't come to a logical conclusion with it. You know what I mean?
Well, again, it has to be the script that gives us our logical conclusions, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if the visual gives you, for me, if the visual I run into is, and I look at it and I say, wow, that's a giant man on that mountain. If that's the visual that I'm getting, then it's not a book that's scripting me to think otherwise, is it?
Yeah. And definitely the trees, man, like the polygonal sections of mountains and things of that nature. It sure does, you know. There you go. That's the beauty right there. That's something bad right there, bro.
This is the Bosnian pyramid.
That's number 2 on my bucket list.
What, for travel?
Yeah, for
travel. Look what else is in Bosnia. Bing bong.
Dude, what's up? What is it, bro? It's crazy.
I think it's a piece of fruit. I think these are either, some of these could be created by the giants launching them at stuff, or they could be the not fossilized, but mud fossil fruit from the giant titan trees. That's what I think they are.
Petrified fruit of some sort. Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like an egg or a fruit or something for sure. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Some could be man-made though for cannibals, but I personally think most of them are fruit. They got them in Bosnia. Bosnia isn't an island, right? They have some on this island. In Czechoslovakia.
If anybody's hearing Maureen, she's snoring.
Shit.
There's mercury inside of it.
When I went up the way in prison one time, I was in the 4-man. This was a level 3, which had like just fencing and a little bit of barbed wire. It was like some spots. It was like mostly free. Because it's prison, you walk everywhere. But they had 4-man rooms, and I had this fucking. I was on the top bunk, and the other guy on the other side was on the top. The dude snored so loud. Man,
have you seen that valley where all those big you got this big bull in the picture here, right? And they got a man standing beside it. Now, there's a place in New Zealand that's got these big balls around too. But there's also a valley with heaps of them in. But I've been watching a lot of Roger Spear, and Roger Spear shows these balls as being interstitial balls, and the interstitial is the balls that hold the elasticity of skin together. And we might
let's not
see
jump
them
off the
looking at.
pyramids right away. I wanna speak on these
Okay,
pyramids for a
and
minute.
just yep, okay.
No, go ahead, Dean. Finish what you're saying, but I want to get back to pyramids.
So I'm just saying that the interstitial balls that Roger Spurs talked about are what they call that hold the skin together to give us our skin elasticity. And so these balls are there. They're like little locators. They hold the ligaments and the parts that stretch and pull them, or help to hold them so they don't tear apart. So skin doesn't tear apart.
Well,
anyway,
pyramids.
Let's go on to the pyramids. Yeah.
They create energy like this. Now, it seems these pyramids are everywhere. Now, they say burial chambers for this and this. I don't believe none of that crap. I think they were, I even think the hieroglyphs were added on after. Because there's pictures out there, I cannot find them, but Divergent showed them, where they're bringing blocks in and they're saying they're moving this because of the rivers flooding and this. Like, that could be an excuse to, I think some of these, like even in Egypt, they said our ancestors didn't build them. Now, I don't know, but I think they all used to be some way to create energy, these pyramids, because they're all over the place. And then came, probably after the pyramids, then they started building churches, cathedrals and stuff also. Like, because you could make a small pyramid, it's called organite, and it gives off hella energy, So imagine having, let's just say they had maybe some of these, like Bosnian one, what if this shit was all crystal or all gold, right? With mercury inside of it or something. I mean, I just think, like, how much power this thing was giving off. Was it wireless power? I just,
Is like
these
the top
pyramids
of an
are
obelisk?
more. Yeah, it was more than, imagine that. Woo! That'd be a diesel obelisk.
It does look like something giants would build too. If you think of it like an obelisk, you think that, it's just so massive and just so perfect.
Right.
And the alignments like that, I put in the chat that the video I was watching, I don't know if you can play that type of stuff or not, but the one where they go inside of it and everything, and the alignment.
They went in the Bosnian one, because I heard the scientist guy started to uncover stuff, and he figured out, because there was all these structures, and it was on Mount something, and they said that's where the fallen angels fell. They banned them in Bosnia from further researching by the scientist that was researching the Egyptian pyramids. And he had told the leader of Bosnia, don't let them, blah, blah, blah. It's going to, this pyramid will throw Egyptian, this is way older than they said, than the Egyptian pyramids. Look at in China. They covered them the same way. And I don't think people our size were covering these pyramids. Something happened that flooded this place for sure. And for them to cut the trees down makes perfect sense, because these trees are so big you could escape the flood. So whoever flooded this joint made sure you weren't escaping unless you were underground. So,
hey Chuck, I'm going to drop off now. Got a couple of things.
No.
Oh, it's better
Right,
than just
dude.
dropping out. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to go rather than just dropping out.
I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right,
Thank you,
Dino.
Dean.
Thanks very much. Yep. See you later, Joe.
See you later, buddy.
Find anything
Later.
new in research, send it to
We'll
me.
talk about giants.
Okay. Later, bro.
Everybody.
Yeah, giants, man. I've been so interested in giants, and when I figured out, like some people, I don't think all mesas and plateaus were tree stumps, but damn near 98% of them are. Some, and then this is what I'm gonna show you, Joe. Damn, I spent time and I zoned out. We started talking about pyramids. This is the video I need to pull up. Hold on. Oh shit, we're about to get cooking. All right. I have the same TV screen, man. And when I seen this, it just made sense of what happened in the desert and how bricks were melting and all this stuff when I seen this. All right, it's loading. Come on, sometime today. I just paid my phone bill. Let's go. I should have high speed everything. Crikey, mate.
Whoa. Dude,
With a freaking old, now imagine how they figured out that happens. And I remember a lot of my friends had one of them on wheels, these old projector TVs. And the sun would beam in the window and you couldn't see the screen. But imagine that's how a lot of house fires started. Because if that screen was doing that, think about it.
That's how do you feel about the melt and stuff like that as far as meltology and all
Well, I have this screen right here from an old projector TV, and I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
I think this is the same material.
I mean, imagine how you could just melt stuff with big old lenses. It would be easy. You wouldn't even need power, just some power.
Right.
You know?
And I show diagrams I found, Joe, of old books where I took pictures out of that showed diagrams of these people, these giant mirrors they were using, or lenses that they would put in certain areas, and they would make these direct energy weapons out of these large large lenses, and they would set ships on fire far too. And
I watched that one when you did that, well, off the shore and stuff, huh?
Yeah. Now imagine them melting. They could melt stone, and it's proof. Go watch this guy's channel. You know, he didn't show it as good, and I could go download more videos. But I'm telling you, you watch this. He does it right on the camera. I mean, as soon as the light hits the rock, it starts smoking.
So I mean, that's a directed energy weapon right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna make one. I need a chalkboard. He put it on one of them wheeling chalkboards he used.
Do it, dude.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaky. Like, what could you do with that thing? You know what I mean? It's kind of a trick.
Right. It's fun. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna wait till high noon. He lives in Arizona, so he has in the desert. He has that sun,
big time.
But you know, if it's melt, you know, and it melted. Look how it melted that copper penny. I bet you any metal you put under there, it'll melt. And it makes me think of California, Hawaii, New York City. Direct energy weapons have. I think the giants could have, you know how we got laser pointers?
Yep.
They had the Vahara and all these weapons, Thor's hammer. Those could have all been some sort of handheld direct energy weapons.
That's what I was going to say. The fasci, you know, what is a fasci? Like, it's a complicated thing, and there's so many pictures of it. You know, Abraham Lincoln.
Dominic! Mason Melt, peace. Dom, peace. We were talking about Lilith, Dominic, and I brought up I told people to be easy on Dom. A lot of stuff he says is very logic, you know, it's got a lot of wisdom that he speaks. And this is one thing that you brought up a lot, Dominic, the word demon and daemon in the etymology dictionary. And people think, well, what's a demon? What's a daemon? It's just a spirit, right? That's what they say. Or a lesser god or a deity. So, and that part, you know, I'm gonna say it one last time about God creating those ultimatums, you know. What would you do, Joe? This God, right? This guy, this creator comes to you and says, you go back with that bitch, or you're gonna sacrifice 200 of your and then he calls them demon children, right?
Whoa.
Spirit children. And she chose to not go back because she didn't want to be miserable. But people get mad at her and call her a murderer. Well, she's evil. Well, wouldn't God be more evil? Because the ultimatum, he chose it. He said, I'll kill your children if you don't go back. Like, that dude's bugged out.
Right.
He could have said, I'll burn your house down or take your Lexus away from you. He said, nah, I'll kill your children. Huh. And you're mad at people are mad at Lilith.
Right. I mean, it just can't be the way God operates. It cannot be, you know what I mean? It's just like a jealous God, an angry God. None of that makes any sense, man.
A hypocritical God.
Yeah, this is all man-made stuff, man.
Peace, London, man.
Just passed.
I gotta do some catching up on London videos, man.
Yeah,
yesterday I like his I forgot the name of him. He's on part 8 or 9 already, man. I got up to part 4 or 5. But I'm gonna catch up. I like those videos he makes.
It was wild yesterday on the show. That other dude, the El Diablo guy, came and crashed on London's show. I was watching.
He crashed out?
No, he went on it. Like he clicked the link.
He fell asleep?
No, he started a problem. You know that dude, what's his name? El Diablo guy or whatever.
No.
I can't think of his name. Oh, Sanity Machine. The Sanity Machine.
Yeah, look at his name. El Diablo.
Yeah, dude. He went out and he's just rotten, dude. The guy's just the most angry. So he comes on a
You know what that means? El Diablo means supreme devil.
Right.
Go ahead, my fault. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, it was wild though. He went over there and just started, but London was just totally chill, like whatever. It was funny. He's trying to provoke him and stuff. Insane in the membrane. Got no brain up insane. Fly me to the moon. A little musical interlude. Whoa, whoa. Well, Dominic coming up here.
Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Crikey, mate.
Okay, mate. It's all right, mate.
Yeah, I sent you a link, London, if you're still in here a while ago. I forgot what it was a topic that I think you specialize in, but you were already, Dean had told me you went live, so it was too late.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about yesterday, was the Giants and stuff. Or the one guy comes on, that one guy, I've seen him before, dude. He says like Libya is the labia, and like
that's Max. That's Max Vision, I think.
Totally.
Max Vision.
Yeah. Oh, and he's got this creepy voice when he's talking. It's the labia, dude. He just keeps me out, dude.
Max Vision has a good channel, man.
Does he? Yeah, that's wild though, man. It's like It'll make it. I mean, not a bit of sense, man.
Well, look
Come on.
at Fossil University there.
Yeah,
Mud
is that?
Fossil University with Roger.
Yeah, you've been
I
around.
started watching him a long time ago.
Oh, totally.
And I used to think he was nuts at first. But then I started watching and listening, and I said, you know, I give everyone a chance. And like I said, I don't ever pretend to know it all. But he makes so many good points, and people call him crazy and this and that. Now, I thought he was part of an actual university, but I think he does that to troll the universities, because he said the universities won't. He's got rocks tested and proved that there's blood and stuff, and a lot of these stones, they come back as DNA of a living creature. So
Right.
I don't think he's lying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Like they were saying yesterday, you watch it, and he's got a certain amount of content, and that's it. You know, and it's been years and years and years. You just kind of, you know, these are hearts, and these are this, and these, and you know, this mountain. Here's the eyeball, and here's the thing, and it's, you know, it's a trip. You know? But the problem with pictures, and same with Bibles, and
they can be manipulated too
by man. Yeah, all of them, books, pictures. You know, so
right. God didn't write none of these books.
Hmm.
I don't believe so.
They're trying to tell you something else, not what they're telling. They're allegories. They're, you know, they're things are personified. You know, ideas are personified into these people, but they're not really. The people don't even exist. You know, it's just like ideas and stuff.
Like this picture.
As a trip.
It's got the sun, the moon, and the black sun that it's standing on. Now I think the dragon is representing the serpent energy, which would be from the black sun, which is then Mount Meru, and then Polaris at the center. It's all connected.
Yeah.
Then the sun and moon are also created from the center energy, I think. How? I have no clue yet, but you know, it kills me when people say this is evil and they don't even like have any knowledge of breaking these down.
It just is. It's not evil. It just is. You know, it's like it's interesting how his neck is twisted. He's going, you know, they twist around and then kind of showing a circuit or a loop or something. And then you could take the line straight down from the sun and the moon to the center, and there's your angles. You know, there's your masonry angles. You know, they seem to, you know. I always put that symbol on it. I overlay that Mason symbol on top of everything in my mind, and so many things it lines up with. I dig stuff like that, though. There's truth in this thing, you know.
I can't find these giant heads I had, but I like finding these things right here. These maps.
Sick,
with
dude.
blemmies and there's Ethiopia. Like these maps just have so much on them, man.
Was that 3-arm guy?
Where?
Up on top right.
Yeah.
Trip out, dude.
I think, you know, it kind of reminds me of the story of what's his Yaqub, because they're in Africa right here, and those are so-called black people right there. And they always say that Yaqub created the white man, and look at these blemmies and stuff. They look like genetic fuck-ups until they mastered the perfect.
Oh, I know.
Because yeah, those are giants sitting there, and those are normal sized people, which are also taller than us sitting there.
Interesting.
So those are probably like giants, and then those are like smaller giants.
Those look like coke ovens right there. You know?
They probably are.
Yeah.
Or beehives.
Or beehives, maybe. Ethiopia is always a trip, too, because that part of the Bible supposedly, who was it? One of the guys in the Bible took off to Ethiopia to start, you know, like right away. You know,
Ezekiel.
So that's like Ethiopian Christianity is a big deal. You know, it goes into all the Rastafarian stuff and everything. It's interesting. Some places are so interesting.
Jamaica.
It's very fascinating.
People
man.
in Haiti think they're the now I don't know what they think, but I know some people from Haiti are Hebrew Israelites,
Mm-hmm.
and they are the lost tribes, I guess. I don't know.
Last night I was and Tollable Earth was on there. I was talking to that dude. Finally, I hadn't never talked to him. I go, hey man, if you take a apple, and the apple is a small hat, Jewish, right? If I cut this piece and cut this piece and cut this piece and I call this piece Catholic and this piece is Protestant, this piece is, but it's all from the same apple. Okay, so what is that? You know what I mean? It's all the same. But you say no, we're not small hats. They are, but it's the same thing. You know, it's all from that. It's all from that. You know, everything stems from, Jewishness, and so it's like, it's crazy. It's like, and they act like it doesn't, and no one ever even talks about it. And I'm like, Hiram Abiff, what we were just talking about. That's the King David's the original. And King Solomon's his grandson, and he got Hiram Abiff from Tyre, which is now Lebanon, to come build his temple, and everything revolves around that. And I think all these guys, man, I think it's the Druids, man, Drew and Jew. I think they're, because every king had a priest, a Druid priest with him, man. All of them.
The Demiurge. That's who Lilith was the last person to fall to the Demiurge. You said. I forgot to bring that up. The Demiurge.
Meaning what though? What's a Demiurge?
And the Demiurge is I see the Demiurge as being what's his name? Abracadabra, Abraxas.
Oh.
We got Voy in the house. Wicked.
Is Voy on board?
What's up, Joe King? Happy New Year.
What's up? What's up, buddy? Boy.
Yep. Is everybody having a good time?
I'm all right.
Yeah, we're talking about Bosnia. What do you know about the Bosnian pyramid?
Well, who said it? That Egypt didn't like it, right?
Yeah, Egypt got pissed. Banned that archaeologist. They banned them and said, no,
that's not a pyramid. Only pyramid is in Egypt. Doctor, what's his name? Maras or so. I forget.
That's a pile of dirt. You're seeing things. You've been staring at it too long.
Right.
What do they call that? I always say the word. Yeah, pareidolia. Yeah. You have the disease called pareidolia. That's not a Titan's head. You're looking at the fucking thing too long.
Yep. No, but I think they're actually bigger than the ones in Egypt, right?
Yeah. Look at this thing, man. It's behemoth. Even the one in China's bigger. They make the pyramids in Egypt look like newborns.
Yeah.
This thing's a behemoth.
Yeah.
And it's only one, right? I thought there was two.
I think there are more of those mountains that are...
There's pyramids everywhere, man.
More of those mountains around there are suspected to be pyramids, but...
What'd you do for New Year's, boy?
Oh, not much, dude. I live on the 7th floor, and so I don't have to buy. I don't have to buy any fireworks because it's traditionally just on that day that we can light the fireworks. Even though there's a prohibition in my city for fireworks, everybody just did. Fuck you! Here it is.
I would have went to the place that said we can't do it and fired it off.
Right.
And then when they come out, I would have shot fireworks at them.
I was glad to see so much resistance, because
people are tired of this shit.
Right. They introduced it right after COVID, right? Right after COVID. And it was like a free ticket to tyranny, and everybody took it. What? Oh, so we can prohibit stuff now just because COVID? Okay, no more fireworks. No more this.
It's our policy.
Yeah.
It's our policy, god damn it.
For safety. It's for your own safety.
You are not free like we ever were.
Since you are stupid and we care more about you than you do for yourself, you need to listen to me.
It's for your own safety.
Be safe.
Since when do they care about our safety?
Joe,
they put all this garbage in our food.
How many times do we have to tell you, Joe? Come on. It's for your own safety. You know better.
I tell people no when they tell me, be safe. I go, no. And I go, really? The world's not safe.
No. The world is more like a safe prison.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're locked in a vault, dude. We're locked in a vault.
It is.
We're in a prison with imaginary walls. We're just free-range chickens pecking for crumbs. That's all we are. Yep.
You were on there yesterday, huh, boy, when that was going on? On London's channel?
I think I fell asleep yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were on there. Were you on?
No, I only saw the start of the show.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So what was
I got to go over there more often.
It was wild. That dude is rotten, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, but London will take care of him. You know, London will chew him a new asshole. London will bury someone that disrespects his channel. He'll go in on him.
Yeah, he didn't. It was just like
me. I'm more lenient.
Everybody's over that dude. I think they're like, whatever. Like it's kind of lost its little bit of a, you know.
I have no problem blocking or banning people when they start disrespecting my guests. But other than that, I try to be more peaceful.
Peace.
Like,
nice.
Yeah. We like it good. We like it in style.
What type? What kind of beer is that? That looks like a lager. A good lager.
It's Żywiec, Polish for beer.
Ah.
You know how they had what's that Australian beer? Damn. Maybe like Australian for beer. Right? Foster's, yeah.
This is a very heavy blonde beer. It's like 8.5%.
Gotcha.
You ever heard of Żywiec?
As you can see, the cream. It's quite creamy, actually, sort of.
Yeah.
It's very.
It's got a good head on it.
It's got a good head on it. It's I say very spicy, very hop-like. It's very refreshing and still it's very deep. You know, it's like
Kimbo says you shouldn't be drinking, boy.
Okay.
Okay.
I hear you. Cheers.
I swear, man, I have a love affair with beer. I'm an alcoholic, man, and beer is my thing, man. It wasn't booze or nothing. It was when you described that beer, I could taste it. Spicy is a little bit messing my throat up a little bit, so I'd go more towards the lager-ish, you know.
You love this. You fall in love with this.
It was my old friend beer, man. I used to love it. Sierra Nevada Pale Ale is my fave, though. That was the go-to.
Yeah, well, this is an Indian Pale Ale too. You know, I wouldn't call it that because it's brewed in Belgium. But,
right.
Yeah.
But I know that taste. Yeah.
I shouldn't drink. What? I mean,
oh man,
coming from this old lady somewhere in the United States, I'm glad I didn't marry her. I'm sure she's glad I didn't marry her too. You know?
Oh man, look at put down the glass. Put down the glass. She said. Oh, do you have a system though? Do you have you're like this many beers now and this many, or do you not? You know what I mean?
Today I thought I actually bought wine and I took some wine and I was like, no, it's not a beer day. So I went back and got some beers.
Yeah, wine would get my throat, my neck would get red, and then I'd make it hard to breathe.
Oh, really?
I think the sulfur, maybe it was the sulfur in it, maybe.
Yeah, the sulfite.
The sulfites. Yeah, I think I was allergic to it, or like a pina colada. Same thing.
This is the beer, boy, that I used to drink. It's Polish.
9/11.
Żywiec.
1856, man. 9/11 encode.
What's this guy in Poland that blew out the menorah with a fire extinguisher? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Sorry.
That's the first beer that ever came out with a thermometer, was Żywiec. So was the name of it, Żywiec. And then Coors Light copied them because they were a smaller beer company. You know, they're from Poland. And we have a lot of Polish package stores over here, of course, because Polish people love to drink here in Little Poland. And the lady was like, because I asked her, got any Polish or German beer? And she said, we have Żywiec. And I tried it, and it had a thermometer. And I said, they say Polish people are dumb, but they're the first ones with a thermometer tell you your beer is cold.
Not, dude.
It's a science.
Yeah.
People
of
are
course.
very ingenious. You know, they're usually very technical and well, a bit like German people, but even more technical. You know, more like German people, but different. You know.
It's a total psyop, man.
I love this beer, man. It's a very good beer. You should try it, boy. I know they sell it where you are.
They like
Żywiec, Polish for beer.
No, it's not. No, it's a Polish brand.
Żywiec.
It's a Polish brand. It's not Polish for beer. It's.
He's here and back. I hope he sounds clear. I don't know what it.
I think beer will be Bira or something like that. Pira, or what's the other name?
What's up, Lonnie?
Can't hear.
Froze.
Dude is stoned as what, dude?
If Lonnie had on the plague doctor's mask, it would be perfect. Because he got the black dark hood. So does Joe King.
Yeah.
You joking, man?
Are you joking? Serious. You boys froze.
Yeah, I want people to do some research on this symbol. No, I did the best with the 4 I came up with, but that's what I see. Omega, Saturn, and Fishy. And the Cancer symbol.
King David was a beer, and Nuki's all capping us in the chat here. He's all capping saying King David was a beer. So what does that mean?
King David was a fucking bum.
He is a bum. Hey, yo. You sound like Rocky. You say everybody fights a bum. Well, ain't they?
Peace, Candy. How you doing? Yeah, Candy was one of the people he was disrespecting. Candy kind of blocked him at first. And I was like, nah, don't block him. And then he started talking shit. Oh, the women got you by the balls. You know.
They got you by the balls.
Yeah. But he hasn't been back since. But I banned them.
Who's that?
I don't even know the guy's name. I forgot. He had some name like Christ has a sword or some name. He was disrespecting.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Like he's on a high horse and he's the best Christian on earth and
yeah.
Oh, by the way, I did talk to this freak that you were speaking of, this Steven yesterday on.
Yeah,
I do remember now.
Steven, yeah. Mm.
Peace forever, love 774. Who's Steven? Steve
That's
Urkel?
Diablo dude.
Oh.
What's the channel called though?
El Diablo? That's Supreme Devil, man.
Yeah, that's fucking freak. Yeah.
That's what that means. El Diablo, Supreme Devil.
The dude, do you think
Diablo.
he's 80? He says he's 88 years old, which is like the Mercury number, and he like stays he just like lives in his apartment by himself in Canada or something like that. Like the whole thing is just so weird, dude. And then like,
oh boy,
Yeah, just so the whole, you know what I mean? I just, because I observe everything. I don't forget nothing nobody says.
The dude freaks me out. Okay.
Yeah,
The
it's
dude
like,
actually freaks
What's up
me
with
out.
Christos, man?
And that's not because he's so dangerous or anything.
no,
He just freaks me out. Okay. That's
he did a thing that Boston Ray did. You ever seen
physically, I get physical reactions when I hear his voice. Like, dude, shut the fuck up before I drag your face through, through the gutter. Because
you know what? How do you do that thing where they get a bunch of, like, one night he had like 3,000 people watching his show? I've seen Boston Ray do it before too, and like he's got like 3,000 subs, but I guarantee you he's got like 100 subs.
No, he buys his subs.
Yeah, like how do they do that? I wonder. Like,
I don't know. I heard you could buy subs too.
Oh, dude, you can just look it up on Google. Like, where can I buy YouTube subs?
Yeah, because they make it look realistic. They don't go 10,000. You know what I mean? They'll go like 3,000.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean? So, yeah.
How about the people, Joe, that have like 1.5 million subscribers and then they're only hitting 60,000 views? It's like, what?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like this dude will have 3,000 subscribers and 10 people watching his show. So that don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And 7 of these people are bots, probably.
Look at me. I got 730 and I barely hit 200. You know? And mines are all natural. I don't buy subs. Shit. For what? People say, oh, if you buy subs and it makes you look, more, it makes the eye more appealing. Oh, he's got, more people will sub to you because he's already, he's faking 1 million subs. That's how they think.
I gotta say too, it
that's their analogy.
Like a natural argument yesterday when he came on with London. He's like, "You're a shill, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "I don't know, man.
Right,
It's not like they know each other." Yeah, it didn't sound like a true argument. Like it sounded like the whole thing was set up. So I'm like, I don't know, man. I only click on with you, Charles. and Vera Lee, she's all. I was clicked on her last night, but she's going away. But everybody else, man, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, I'm growing my beard. I'm gonna grow my beard out again.
Do it.
Yeah, people used to call, oh, if you got a beard, man, you're a wizard. Like I've heard some of the dumbest shit. Now I know there's a lot of religious people that grow their beard, but your hair is an antenna. That's what I personally think.
I think teeth are important on that too, man. You gotta keep your teeth. I think they're like do more than just
my teeth are jacked. The dentist is like a clown to me when I was a kid. Like clowns to children, that's the dentist to me, man.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, bro.
They used to force fluoride down our throats. I used to barf after every dentist visit because they give me this pill and shit. It was horrible.
What?
Yeah, they're trying to kill you.
In America, they went back in the 80s and stuff. They give us these little fluoride pills. And dude, it was horrible. Some of them
threw up because it's poison.
Some of them were like pink, dyed pink. Your teeth would turn all pink, and it just so they'd know you did it and stuff. It was dude. Yeah, they
that's poison. Do you know how much? Dude. They said a spoonful of pure fluoride will kill. Like I forgot, man, but they said that stuff's very poisonous with small amounts, right? They try to justify. With small amount, I've had people tell me fluoride's good for your teeth. It helps this and it does that. But it tells you if you swallow the smallest amount, call poison control. It says it on the fucking thing. Don't make me go get the tube.
Your teeth,
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go in there anyhow.
If you would grind down teeth, then fluoride would be fluor would be part of it, right? But that doesn't mean that you need fluoride to create teeth, because the human body as well as the animal body transmutes stuff, right? It's not like a chicken needs to eat so many chalk or calcium to produce an egg. No, she just needs to eat grain, and grain doesn't contain that much calcium, you can't explain how she produces an egg, because she transmutes water into calcium. That's what the chicken does, right? And that's what people also do. We don't need enamel and marble and pieces of stone. We don't need to digest that to make our teeth. It doesn't work like that. But they sell it to you like it's like that. You know, you need these building blocks. No, you don't. We transmute stuff into the things that we grow. And it's not like if your teeth were made of fluor or fluoride, that if you hold fluoride against it, that it will stick to it, right? But they tell you like it works like that, and of course it doesn't work like that. It grows from the inside out. Hello, anybody? Well, just be me. Bourbon, smoking, drinking.
Yeah, I'll end this live at 4 hours and a half. So that gives us another 35 minutes.
Okay.
I shook the bottle too many times. Oh. I don't know. That's what Dean said. All praise is due to Lucifer. What? What did you say?
He said, "Hail Satan."
Whoa.
Hail Satan.
Yeah. Why don't these Christians pray for Satan? You know, why don't they pray or forgive them? They're such on their high horse, right? You're supposed to forgive people.
It's a dual system, man. I think, you know what I mean. It's like you got God.
All right, Lonnie, this one better work, bro. It's 8 times in a row I'm playing tic-tac-toe.
30 minutes.
I told Chris did the same thing to me earlier. She came up here like 6 times and kept dropping off. And I told him, you're going to have to start paying a fee. Toll fee. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. 2 years ago, a friend of mine. Oh. I can't wait to drop this new track I'm working on. The only problem is I haven't heard anything from Frenchie Kush. I text him. I'm like, bro, you working on this verse? Of course, I'm disappointed because I heard nothing back. It's like, damn. You know, I haven't put my verse down either, but I got it ready. I'm just going to lay my shit down. And if no one sends me none, I'll just do it myself. I make my own tracks.
It's hard to collaborate, man, over the internet.
No, it's easy. It's so easy. I didn't realize how easy it is to send people verses, and then they could record the verse a cappella, and I could line it up to the beat perfect, you know?
Mic check.
There you go. Now we're talking. You sound clear. Scientism. I watch these videos of this guy who be harassing the scientism people and telling them it's a cult. And he's like, become a Christian. Scientology's a cult. And I'm thinking, so is Christianity.
Yeah.
What's the dog's name?
That's Sam.
Sam.
Sam. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Sammy. Sam.
He's a little homophobic, though. This is the only problem. Like, you don't touch his butt and stuff like that. He ain't it. But other than that, he's a good dog. He's my good boy.
All praise is due to the Jew. No.
It's all. That's what I said. You see what I'm saying, man? Like, the more I look at all this stuff, it goes back to one thing. All the religion, all go back to one thing, and it's all disguised.
Chosen people.
They came from Portugal. They came from Spain. They came from here and there and the other place. I mean, because they didn't come from nowhere. It's everywhere. It's pervasive.
Yeah, we are the chosen people. It's the fucking white man's the devil.
Yeah, like that stuff is so made up. You know,
like they don't feel human. They think humans are something else than they are. So
That Lilith thing, right away you're going to Babylonia, like pre everything.
Yeah, Babylon. There's the on again, just like with the L and the on. I'm gonna do some more research on that and figure out why, like Solomon. Remember I was saying earlier, I forgot there's a lot of other names with the on at the end, but there's a lot with L too, and I want to figure out what the hell they were talking about this morning. I was up at 2 a.m. I haven't slept yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hearing back is back.
To and fro. I thought it's
back in here. Jillian Rochelle. 432. Peace. What's that noise?
Attained the philosopher's pose.
What's up, Lonnie? You got any vocals? He looks like that statue that thinks.
Mic check.
I think Satan, you know, I think these people in power, right, took all the good knowledge and they made it all evil, right? They say it's all evil and they keep it for themselves, and then they give the people the lies and the shit to set them up for failure. And all, you know, they create the Satan character, but they're really worshiping the Great Mother or some shit, and they got, you know, I mean, and then when you point out the hypocrisy in religions, you're the bad guy, right? Right. These people can't just accept the facts. Damn, Lonnie, you've been stuck in that position for a minute. He was deep in the thought, right? Satan.
Whoa, there it goes again. Oh, no, there
I think these people in power, right?
Oh, I know what's going on. I'm messing with the TV too. Yep.
Fast internet, and I got shit.
I've had to turn my TV off lately when I'm got my laptop going. It's been like messing each other up.
And try that, Lonnie, because you're getting like, you sound good, but now it's like freezing on you. Maybe if you turn the camera off.
I can't even hear you, man.
Television set.
Wow, you can't even hear us. Let me check the settings here. What do you got going on with these settings?
Do you have your TV and your laptop on?
Yeah, he's got all the settings right. That's why we need to learn to not listen to others and listen to themselves. Right. I always tell people, Candy, it starts with yourself. And I said earlier, I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, probably called a Satanist. But if you got to convince somebody something, to me, it's not pure. It's not, you know, I never resonated with the Bible 100%. It didn't feel pure to me. Like I always say, before I knew what a Bible was, my mother taught me well how to treat people, right from wrong. And you know, you feel it within yourself if you're doing something wrong or right. Peace, Mind's Eye.
How's my audio, Chuck?
Good. Yeah, I miss my cat, man. I ain't even gonna lie.
You can get another one?
So
I
was trying to get on here early. I think it took me about 25 minutes.
Huh? Dude, I forgot I had a donut, dude. I'm happy. I got a donut in my pocket. The Dunkin' Donuts donut.
So,
oh man,
you remember the photo of, or I think it's, who's shuffling the paper?
Huh?
Charlie, you're smacking your donut, bro. I can't hear.
What the fuck? Now, finally, Lonnie is on, and somebody starts crackling the shit out of the whole stream.
That paper.
Sorry about that.
Now, jingling, jingling.
There you go.
So, did you notice on the painting where God is allegedly touching the finger of Adam?
Yeah.
In the sky.
It's called the creation of Adam. Yeah.
And it looks like maybe he's on a carpet or in a cloud or something.
Yeah. And Adam's higher than God now in that. That's what I bet you was going to bring up. The picture of God putting his finger out. The guy is now higher than God. And they have a new one that has God pointing a finger, and a fucking robot has their finger to God now. It's a robot.
Yeah,
it's Mandela effect.
But most of the variations that you see on that painting, God is still above, you know. Like The Simpsons did a spoof on it. Everybody did a spoof on it, you know. So, and God is always usually above. Now the spoofs that are fresh and new, they're equal or slightly above, but not below yet. But like you said, Charles, now God is lower than Adam. Yeah. And by the way, Adam looks way more awake. He used to look way more sleepy. He used to look like almost hardly awake.
Finger and a fucking robot has their finger to God now. It's a robot.
Well,
someone got to mute. Someone got to mute YouTube.
The cloud is actually a brain. It's the brain. It's a brain, man. Look at it.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah, people say AI created this place. I don't know if I believe that. I think these giants are still existing in these other lands. They didn't die. They moved.
So
yeah, what's the brain idea then?
The brain. Pinky or the brain?
Is that why you just want to say that, or there's something interesting about the brain painting?
I think he's trying to speak, but he sounds so far away and low that
I think he's just gonna have to write us a letter. How about that?
Yeah, man.
Damn. Put on a pigeon's
That's
leg.
because Lonnie lives he lives on Mount Rushmore, so he gets no service.
Whoa. Right on Washington's head?
No, he lives in the wilderness though.
I bet you there's still a postal stagecoach.
You got to get one of those phones like the president had when he talked to the man on the moon. You got to get one of them phones, bro. We're going to get you one.
Exactly. And he called Nixon on. That's my favorite thing ever is that phone call. Absolutely. I mean, stupid beyond stupid.
Yeah, I never put two and two together. And then one day I was thinking, this motherfucker's on a landline talking to the moon, but I can't even get service in the mountain, or in the wilderness.
Do you remember how you felt when you realized that, how bad you've been duped on that type of stuff, dude? I was so mad, dude. I was like, oh my gosh.
How do you think I felt when I found out these religions were going on crusades, burning my ancestors and hanging them and doing all types of shit?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the worst thing, the thing that puts me out the most is cymatics, man. When I seen cymatics, I'm like, no one ever showed me this. This is amazing, man.
I live in Indianapolis, dude.
Oh yeah, that's bad internet over there.
I live in the center of town. I pay $70 a month for internet services.
They're fucking ripping you, bro.
Dude, Adventures with Roger is its channel in Indiana, and Indiana's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Indiana is also connected to the Great Lakes too. I didn't know that. Just the upper right tip.
Yeah. Look at the dude's channel. It's called Adventures with Roger. So we got the Sistine Chapel. We got the ceiling.
I gotta have Candy up again. Candy always has a lot of good stuff to say. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead. I just had to say that.
Oh no, I wanted to hear what I'm hearing back. Saying about
From
the
Lonnie.
chapel. Yeah, Lonnie.
I think he's been abducted.
Mhm.
I mean, if you're gonna do all this to your show, man, you gotta bring something after destroying this whole thing. Come on, dude. You got a half hour of us.
Right.
Lonnie, you gotta start. You need a new scrying mirror. Not a crying mirror, a scrying mirror.
Yeah.
I dropped my laptop the other day. It's broke in the corner, so like whenever it starts acting funny, I just get off the internet. I just get off.
Yeah, I dropped it and it didn't work anymore, and then I gave it a good old fuzzy hit. Like, come on.
Mine's a touchscreen laptop thingy, so the touchscreen broke, just like if your phone broke. So I got Gorilla Tape in this corner down here. I got it taped.
Works.
You know, and the screen is just, but sometimes it'll switch. It's $100 to fix it, they said.
If I don't touch it, if I don't touch it, it works. You know. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to buy myself a new one too. Any of these things. This one's already like 5 years old, and if I unplug it, it will only last like maybe 5 minutes. You know.
Christos, come on.
I'm still gonna do a private showing of the creator, or because I did 9 with Dean. He's the only one that showed up that day, and I think I'm gonna do the movie 9 or something. I'm gonna pick a good movie that has a lot of symbolism in it. I look at movies differently, like I always have. Like, who's watched? What's that movie? The Book of
Eli.
Yeah, I like that movie too. With because Denzel is such a good actor, man. The Book of Elon. They're gonna make a movie called The Book of Charles.
Yep. How was the show was destroyed by who?
What
Bex,
show?
Christos.
Oh, okay.
You mad about something?
Eli. E lied. Yo, E, you lied?
It's he who lied.
Damn. I hope Lonnie gets that fixed, man, because he always brings up some good stuff too, and lately he's had the shittiest luck. Faceplant had better luck with his signal. Yeah,
Yep.
God is inside of us.
Get
We are God. Jesus is a fraud. Look, if I had to see Jesus,
well,
my question is, what makes now any better time than the past? You know, people have been tortured, pillaged, raped. Everything's been stolen from us, and now Jesus is gonna return. They don't even know the date. It's a surprise, like a birthday party. Surprise!
It's a surprise. Yeah.
You could be here tonight, or you could be here a million nights from now. He's gonna pop up when you least expect it. What were you gonna say, boy? You don't remember.
I was going to say something, but I forgot it now.
Something brilliant.
Roll it on up.
Roll it on up. What? My sleeves?
No, that joint.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I'm working on that. It's. Got to roll up my sleeves.
You got to talk to them about that, Lonnie, man. Like, something's interfering with your signal. Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't doubt if they're targeting all of us. We're all targets.
They know who we are, for sure.
Yeah. That's one of the downfalls. That's why I like the end of the movie Pulse, man. When everyone realizes the only way to be free is they started smashing their laptops, computers, phones. They were smashing all the technology, the towers they were cutting down. They realized that the technology had consumed the natural world. Now, when it said, like I said earlier, Lilith was made out of the dirt of the earth, it just makes me think. I don't think she was glass, but I think she could have been an android or some sort of tech, because we get metal out of the earth. I wonder if my Ken Griffey Jr.'s would be here today. What's today? Thursday? Nah, probably won't be here the next week.
Were you getting a card?
Yeah, Dom hooked me up. He has some collections of cards too, and he had hooked me up with some Ken Griffey's. Nice, that was nice of Dom.
His rookie card?
I don't think it's his rookie card, because the 2 rookie cards I need are his 89 Upper Deck and his 89 Bowman. Not the regular size Bowman cards, the big ones. I got the whole set of both. The 89 Upper Deck, which has Gary Sheffield's rookie. It's got Randy Johnson's rookie. It's got a lot of Hall of Famers. Yeah, Craig
Are they worth more
Biggio.
than Tops, or is Tops still worth the most?
I think they all have their own value for the reason they're all overproduced in them days. Upper Deck, Top, all overproduced.
Oh.
The late 80s and early 90s cars were well overproduced, and they were cut like shit too.
Interesting.
They weren't cut like today. They were cut so crooked on some of them. I'll show you.
That's funny.
I got a card that was, it says on the card that it was it's not for sale. It was supposed to be like a sample, and they spelled the name wrong.
Oh, dang, it's worth more probably.
Mandela effect.
Yeah, I finally had one. The Mandela effect finally.
Fucking freezing out here, dude. Holy fuck. It's colder than this morning. Freezing. Wow. 24 people in here, man. Peace to everybody.
Yeah, you got so many viewers. Like, what's up with that? That usually doesn't happen.
I know.
Much
respect.
You guys know Joe in Albuquerque? You seen him? It's been doing Mandela, a little channel. He's kind of like us. He just goes on different shows and stuff. But he's been doing the Mandela stuff lately. And he did one on Cracker Jacks. And so I was watching it, and there was a scene with Elvis with some Cracker Jacks and stuff or whatever. But like, there's a song called Trouble from Elvis that I used to play for my dad. He used to put the album on. And the song goes, I was born standing up and talking back, and my father was a green-eyed Cracker Jack. And they totally changed it, dude. They changed it to Mountain Jack. What? Every video I look at, even the old movie that it came out in, an old black and white movie where Elvis sings it, he says Mountain Jack. And it doesn't make any sense, dude. And that's my first Mandela, dude. Ever, man. It tripped me out. But he led me to it because I go, I haven't heard Trouble forever. I want to hear it. So I put the song on Trouble, and I'm singing it out loud. And as I'm singing it, the song changes, dude.
Creepy.
I know. I'm like, I think they're working hard at it. That's what I think.
Yeah. Do you think they know what they're doing? Or do you think
I think it's
just
all both. It's like kind of spirit. It could be maybe some kind of spiritual thing or some kind of like supernatural thing, but it's also being worked on. And perpetuated by, and then plus people just forget stuff too, especially the 50-50s. The 50-50 propositions are like, that's just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but these are not, I mean, it's like Brian says, right? You shouldn't focus on them. But things like, I mean, the most solid residue is the cornucopia. I mean, what's it called? The patents?
Cornucopia.
I don't even know.
They said Fruit of the Loom had a cornucopia in it.
It even says so in the patent, dude. How do you call this? Where you protect your brand, right?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
The patent, right? No,
Horn of Plenty.
Sorry?
Horn of Plenty, the cornucopia thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's even described in like what does the logo look like? To protect the logo, so that you're the only one that can use the logo. So in that patent is described what the logo looks like. And it says a cornucopia with fruit and everything.
That's funny, man.
Come on. It doesn't get more official than that.
It's definitely a thing for sure. It's just nothing to obsess over, I'd say, or whatever.
No. I don't obsess over it.
Yeah. I don't think you do.
Sometimes people mention these futile things, and like a brand
Kit Kat Dash.
It is kind of futile. But when it says so in the patent papers, that's not futile. That's
right.
That's evidence that you can use in a court case. That's
right. I told you know what? There you go. That's how I feel about it. There you go. It's like a Kit Kat Dash is completely inconsequential. A biblical verse is very.
But that might be in the patent too for the logo, right?
You're right.
It's a Kit Kat logo. It's like it says Kit Kat with a capital K and a capital K and a dash in the middle. This font,
It's just not important.
It is.
There's no level that's important.
The fact that the North Pole is gone, that is important, dude. That's
exactly. Right.
It's like,
well, that goes back to cosmology, baby. So that's everything's there to hide everything. It's all one big system, one big lie. But that got me good though. That Elvis one, man. I was like, no way! Finally, now I know people how they feel.
Who thinks Elvis died? I don't. I think they be playing like. I know Elvis had a lot of fans, but
he's probably had a twin.
Yeah.
That died.
Look how many fans he got after he died. His worth went like quadruple, just like Michael Jackson, just like a lot of these entertainers.
They said his brother was Aaron, and he died at birth. That's why he's Elvis Aaron. They took his name and put it on Elvis. That was the story.
Then they said his brother looked like him or something. I don't know. Reality.
I had a brother who looked like my other brother. Oh, sorry, Joe.
I had a brother. His name was Other. He identified as a corn niblet. I'm going to identify as a toilet paper roll because it's bullshit.
Corn dog. How about corn dog?
The cornucopia.
I don't know what that is, by the way. What is a corn dog?
It's a hot dog dipped in cornmeal. They dip it, and then the cornmeal sets up. It's like bread around it.
Diggity dog.
And you heat it up, and so it's like a breaded hot dog on a stick. And you dip that sucker in mustard and eat. I don't eat meat, but I used to, Yeah, we grew up on crap in America, man.
I mean, hot dogs. No, I did eat that stuff, but I was like, if they come by in the party, like hot dogs, no, thank you, no.
Oh, so bad, dude.
Peace, Alchemos 83. Who else came in?
The Camp Mandela love, baby.
Or these just random meatballs that you buy in the store? No, no. That's the same stuff, no.
I can't eat carcass no more. I eat eggs though, but I don't eat.
We don't know what carcass it is, right? Like, where are they getting all this hamburger to feed billions and billions of people every day in McDonald's and the supermarkets? And come on, people. Have common sense. They don't have enough cows to feed everybody.
Oh, dude, they do. They do. I mean,
no way.
Oh, yes. Yes way, dude.
No way.
Yeah, yes way. I mean, I come from a very...
They must be breeding like madmen.
I come from the most productive agricultural country in the world. So, yeah, dude, I know how much cows can go into a country, or how much pigs can be farmed, you know. And
there's a big cow farm in California, man. There's like a million.
And then I'm just talking about the Netherlands, dude.
Did you see the old pictures?
Very economically here. We don't even
California?
have space. We don't even have space to grow cows, and we still do it.
Joe.
Yeah.
Have you seen the old pictures? I got some of the 1890s and 1920s of, I think it's San Francisco or LA. And there's cows as far as the eye can see.
Well, there's one. If you go down 101, you start to smell them about like 20 miles away, and you drive past this place right and off of 101. I was like going from Northern California to Southern California, and you see it for about a half hour. It's called Harris Ranch, and it is absolutely
but
massive.
It doesn't smell like hash.
No, they do have a big restaurant there too, right at the very end of it. But dude, I can't. There's so many cows, dude. It's crazy. It's like depressing. But yeah, that thing's always been. I drove.
Let's see if I can find the picture.
I've been driving past that since I was a kid, man.
I never grew up around a farm, though. But you know, I know what a farm is, and sometimes I went to a farm. You know, occasionally.
I'm a city boy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a city boy. I don't like the city. I don't like the city either, to be honest. But,
I found my balance here.
Country life, to be honest.
I found a small city up in the mountains that it's not surrounded by a bunch of other cities, so that's how I could deal with it.
Mm. Yeah. So how high is your elevation?
4,500 feet.
What?
4,500 feet.
Oh, so that's like a kilometer and a half?
Yeah, something like that. Where snow starts. Snow starts around like 3,000, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm looking, so the Sierra Nevada mountains separate California and Nevada. And so if you go up the mountain over it, that's right where I'm at in the first part of Nevada. And if you look at the map, California, where it has the little angle, and that's Lake Tahoe. And so that's kind of like my area right there, the corner of California.
Easy to find in the map.
Yeah, and very much, you know, set up for a reason that way. Yeah, that little angle on California, that's in Lake Tahoe. And that's, you know, like I drive up the mountain an hour and I'm sitting in Lake Tahoe.
Hey, and so how about the exodus from California and New York?
People around here have bumper stickers. Go back to California and stuff.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
There was a news article. This guy was got in the news because his license plate said like F Californians or something like that. And it was controversial if he could keep his license plate or not. And it was on the news and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Nevada. Like when people say Nevada, people get pissed. Because it's Nevada. And there's like bumper stickers. Don't say Nevada. They get all, you know, it's funny, man. But I love it.
Snowy, right? I mean, it's so weird that a place that is so sunny, like California, the next state's called snowy.
Yeah, because the mountains are right in the middle. You know, the coast is kind of flat. Like I grew up near the coast in San Jose, California, and so like I was like 20 minutes from Santa Cruz, the beach right there. So it's like, you know, you spend a lot of time on the beach growing up and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cut school, go to the beach.
Yeah, nice.
And we had the best weather, man. There's no better weather than San Jose. I had to learn the cold. But yeah, it could snow right now, but it's not. Like where I'm at, it's kind of nice. You go up the mountains, like in Truckee, California, there'll be 10 foot of snow. It'll be there all, you know, because that's up at about 6,000 feet up there. The lake sits at about 7,000 feet.
Mm.
Yeah, Lake Tahoe, man. I'm telling you, it's the model of how this realm used to work. Is Lake Tahoe? It's a giant lake. It's 7,000 feet. It comes from underneath the ground, comes up, and it flows out into the Truckee River. 100 miles, 101 miles. It ends up at Pyramid Lake, the Paiute Pyramid Lake, with a pyramid inside the lake. And shooting off of it is all these waterways that feed everywhere. And that's just how everything worked back in the previous.
Don't they, I mean, isn't it? I'm not sure because you hear so many things, and I don't investigate on everything. But that if you build a pyramid, there will an aquifer will appear. You know, so the pyramid actually creates the conditions.
I think it's the opposite. I think they build it on top of the. But yeah, I see.
Yeah. So I don't know that. You know, I don't know that, but that's always the construction, though. Usually,
I'm trying to. I'm trying to get like a big thing I can draw on and make my model because I got it in my mind about how the oceans are a separate system than the freshwater system. Freshwater can mix with the oceans, but oceans can't. Everything underneath, under the 8 mile mark, there's like giant, like aquifers, like and stuff like that, and I like
the heavier water, world, man. Like the water underneath the water. Did you see those videos too?
Oh, so many. I've like different ideas, different. Like, have you seen the one with the guy? I am the man or whatever. The guy who went underground and like he was down there for a long time, 10 miles under. Some people took him down there with no eyes and stuff like that. Like stuff like that. The way he describes what's underneath the ground and how the water's just perfectly still and there's no atmosphere or anything underneath it. It's just trippy, dude. Like, you know, and we were talking earlier about the Bosnian pyramid. Did you hear what we were saying about the Bosnian pyramid, Roy? I put the video in the link, and what it is inside that Bosnian pyramid, there's these giant man-made boulders. Like they put this quartz crystal and they put ceramic and melted it around it and made these giant balls, and directly they mark where a river is like 100 feet down underneath inside the pyramid. And they're at every marker of it, dude. And I mean, I saw that like last night or whatever. And I mean, it just, this whole system and the water and magnetism and electricity. And, you know, it's just like, I don't know, man. I know one thing, there's where I'm at, there's all these old hydroelectric plants that were everywhere, feeding everywhere. So water made electricity, water did everything, you know, and they cut it off. That's what they did, is cut off. Like mountains were like wells to me. Like they built them on top of wells. Imagine you're building a well up and up and you're just scaffolding building up. Like that could be like a mountain. Inside of all of them is a well. That's how I feel about it, you know. And then they were, you know, so you can get water at a higher point and feed everywhere. That was how everything worked.
Yeah. I can't find these pictures, man. I had pictures of, I swear it was Los Angeles, where they had all these cow farms. But I don't know. When I have them in my phone somewhere in my laptop.
These water systems are so ingenious, you know. If you let water drop and you mix it with air, you know, it will lift itself up again. You know, because there's too much air.
It's crazy. So it's perfect.
It's so perfect. It's like wow. So you can lift it up like another, you know, 10 centimeters if you let it flow with more air, and then you catch it with the air inside. It will lift itself up higher than before. It's
someone have YouTube.
Huh?
Someone have YouTube on, because Voi's got an echo.
No.
I hear my echo too.
No.
I'll mute.
Let me see. Is it me?
Well, I'm muted and you're still echoing.
Yeah, someone might have YouTube on, because it wasn't doing it earlier. We've been tapped, guys. Run! Hang up the phone. Back in the days, if your phone echoed when you talked, you knew the cops were listening.
Yeah, well, I feel so protected, you know.
Do you ever see The Wire? Do you ever watch
It's
The
for
Wire?
our safety. Huh?
The Wire, that TV show?
Oh, yeah. I used to watch that.
That was so good, dude.
Man, it took place in Baltimore, Maryland.
Wiretapping.
Yeah. Imagine what they could do now. No, I don't have 2 devices. Nope, my hotspot, I haven't used it. My hotspot is my cold spot.
That's what she said.
What is that? So what do people got planned for today?
I got to call and try and get another job. I got kind of blackballed from my last one.
What?
Yeah, dude, I messed myself up with my opinions and the flat earth and
what?
No, are you kidding me?
I told the guy my guy is working for, like I thought we were friends, and I told him something about the Catholic Church being all messed up and the Pope's red shoes and stuff, and he goes, "Oh, dude, I'm Catholic." He goes, "I'm Catholic," and dude, ever since that day, man, and he's like, "You're a big flat earther."
Touching my peaker.
He's called me a big flat earther and stuff, and so then also
then you're the one that needs to know. You're the one that needs to know.
That's crazy, Joe. He said, "How dare you insult my priest, Joe?"
He looked at and he's like, "Dude, you tripped out, dude." I was like, I didn't expect that out of him. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know he was even like that. I wouldn't have said nothing, but I'm like, I keep doing that, man. Like just saying too much. People don't want to hear anything.
I know what you're saying, though.
They like when I'm a dumb guy. That's what people are happy.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying there. I mean, I walk into these situations. These situations happen to me too.
Yeah, they give you the fluoride stare.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and then they get angry.
So I'm gonna go make a phone call, talk to an old boss of mine, and see if I can get back on with this other company. In fact,
you'll get it. If you got a trade or a skill, you're in.
You're such a professional, dude.
I didn't burn bridges. That's what I did. I sucked it up and took a lot of shit from people and didn't burn no bridges. So
were they looking at you like this?
Totally, dude. Totally. So tell someone to learn something they can't stand on when they're just some total numbnuts that doesn't know anything. And I'm like, God, why do I do this to myself, man? You know, everything is just like, it's too much information for people like all at once, you know.
Joe started talking about flat earth and shit, and everyone was looking at him like,
once again,
it takes fucking Joe.
It takes how do you say? It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile.
Right. Seriously, dude. The hardest thing to do. You just want to scream.
I had a better one. I don't know how.
No. There's hardly any better one. You know, it takes a gentleman to suffer ignorance and smile.
Nah. I don't know.
It's not easy.
It takes a gentleman to suffer ignorance and smile. I'm an Englishman.
Dude, totally, dude. Yeah. Whoa.
Are you English or Anglish?
I'm not English.
I don't like the English. Remember Ewan McGregor in Train Spotting? At the very, he's like, oh no, was that? Yeah, I think so. I don't hate the English. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna get going, man, and see if I can get back.
Yeah,
on.
best of luck on your new application.
I'll know here in a few minutes. So. If you guys are on us, I'll put in the chat.
Hey, but you're a free man now, dude. You're a free man.
I know. There is that too. You know what I mean? Like, it's like go back to being a slave, man. I don't feel right if I'm not somebody's slave, man.
Well, you have a trade. You have a skill. You can always find work.
Yeah, that's
fuck that boss. Like. That boss is so close-minded. He can't handle the truth.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, dude. Need some positivity. Everybody's so negative.
We got to uplift each other. All the energy that's used in this world to tear one another down, we could be so much more powerful.
Every time we walk out the door, man, everyone else is just shitty, dude. You know, it's like, that's why I come here and I'm like calm. Even if people are arguing and stuff, it's like, God, at least we're trying to get somewhere and do something, man. It's more constructive than just like, I don't know. I like it, man. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you for the kind words, and I'll keep you posted.
thanks for hanging out, Joe.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, appreciate
as
you,
much
Joe,
as you
man.
enjoyed this, we do too, dude.
Okay, buddies.
Peace.
Peace.
Go get him.
Their bikes are out.
Oh, I need to.
I don't know about atomic bombs. I was looking at this picture.
Wow. I mean, I actually met the first responder of Nagasaki. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was the healthiest 95-year-old that I ever met.
Wow.
So.
Yeah. The East, you know, a lot of them people who live in the mountains too, they live longer because, I don't know, they're just
true. Yeah.
Surrounded by Mother Earth, man, and they eat healthier, and they probably don't stress as much at all.
Yeah.
If you live in the middle of the woods, I'm pretty sure China isn't charging you rent.
The fuck? Guys, come on, sir.
But yeah, let me jump off of here too. I gotta go do some stuff.
Yeah, you said you'd stop it at 4:30. You
Yeah.
already overran that. Yeah, well, you could stop it at 4:44, 44.
Not a bad idea.
Bad idea.
No, not a bad idea.
Oh, not a bad idea.
Peace
Cool.
to everybody in the chat. Thank you, Dean, Boy, Christos, Bex, Joe.
Thank you, Lonnie, for trying. We're still
Who else
waiting.
came up? And Lonnie,
Lonnie.
yes. Who else? That's it, right? Yeah. And peace to everyone in the chat. I'm just gonna say peace to everyone because I don't want to miss a name.
Alkimo, Rebecca, Forever Love, Dean Candle. Jillian Rachel, whoever that may be. She's new.
Peace, Alchemos. Thank you,
Myself.
Forever Love 774. I wonder what area code that is. I think that's New York.
774? I don't think so. Really?
718 is New York. It could be upstate. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an area code master.
I know that. Oh no, I forgot it.
I remember we used to be 203 area code, and then they switched it to 860.
So where is Eminem from again?
Who?
Eminem.
Oh, Detroit.
That's 313, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Oh, you missed the 444-44.
I know, I zoned out. I was reading the chat. Oh, I guess it was not that important.
It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. It's your birthday today, Sabina. You didn't even tell me. Yeah,
Cool.
I don't care. I don't care about birthdays. But you know, I'm going to visit Forever Love tomorrow. I didn't know it was her birthday today. Funny.
Yeah, I might do a movie sharing. If I do, I'll put the link in my community page. I know there's 10 seats for the panel, and then I heard people could sit in the back too. So I don't know how true that is. Yeah.
Mm.
You can still see the movie from the back, which you can. Because
yeah, but you can't chat, but that's okay.
No, you can't. Those are for people who just want to watch and not chat. But yeah, and I'll put the title of the movie. People want to come through and watch it. More than welcome. I think I might do
watch? You don't know yet.
Well, I have. All right, let me tell you what I have. People can choose from. I could pretty much pick any movie. I can go download it. But ones I already have, I'll tell you right now.
I'm very picky at movies. You know, I don't.
So am I.
I click like 100 movies, and I watch maybe one or two completely.
The Twilight Saga, Part 2.
Nah.
I got Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai.
Ghost Dog is a fucking fabulous movie.
Yeah, I love that movie.
That's
one of my favorites.
That's one of my favorites, right? Yeah.
Forrest Whitaker did such a good job in that movie.
Oh man, that's fantastic. Yeah, absolutely.
They cloned Tyrone. This movie was pretty good. It blew my mind. Luther, the Fallen Son. That just came out last year in 2023. It's a good one. I got The Truman Show, Resident Evil, which is an animated one. Transformers, Rise of the Beast. 9. This movie called Medusa's Venom, The Beast is Back. That was a little crazy, that movie. Brain Scan from 1994, which is a pretty interesting movie. Thanks to Marcel, I watched that. X-Men Dark Phoenix, The Hunger Games. Morbius, that was a good one too. Morbius. It's a
I didn't like that one. Yeah.
No? That was alright. This movie's good. It's called Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. That's a good movie. I love
that's
Kung
your
Fu
kind.
flicks.
Yeah. But
John Wick Chapter 4. I got to get all the other John Wicks. I like John Wick Saga. Especially Part 4. It has a lot of symbolism.
Those are not my kind of movie. Those are not bad movies, but you know, I'm
not done. I got Doctor Strange. I got Extraction 2, which is good. I love that. Extraction 2. Then Fantastic Beasts. The Secrets of the Dumbledore. That's a pretty funny, good movie. And then Thor, the new Thor. And then Wolverine 2013. I like X-Men. Because
I do see those are not my kind of movies, but then again, Ghost Dog is like you said, and that goes for me too. I mean, Ghost Dog gives me actually is just as well made as Amélie. That's a French movie, but it's just as well made. You know, it's a very Ghost Dog is actually a very romantic movie, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. You know, the way it's shot, it's made with the movie expresses so much love for cinema.
Well, it also they read out of that book Hagakure. It's a Japanese book on a what do you call them people? Samurai. And he reads a lot of quotes from Hagakure. I had downloaded that book. There's a lot of quotes in it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably download something new and just watch it on a surprise.
Hey, but Ghost Dog is. Do you then if you like that movie and you like do you also know Leon the Killer? That one. I think it's a French movie. You would love that movie too, Leon. That's the title of the movie. You would love that.
How do you spell it?
Leon.
Oh, okay.
And I think the subtitle is Leon the Killer, or the how do you say the mercenary. But just the title of you will love that movie. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'll have to check it out.
If you didn't see it, you know, it's a French movie, but you can find it with subtitles.
Peace, Mind's Eye. Peace, Dean. I'll send you a link, Dean, if I do the movie thing. But I need to go do what I gotta do, and then when I come back, I'll make a decision. Maybe I'll download something new.
Cool. I'll check it out.
But,
hey, I'm going on my way too. Been good talking to you again, Charles.
Yes, thank you, boy.
See you on the next one.
Peace. Peace to everyone in the chat. I appreciate you all. And yeah, keep a lookout in the community posts for the link. Natural Born Killers. Well, Ghost Dog, he plays a hitman, and they call him Ghost Dog because he uses a pigeon to communicate in New York City, and he lives on the roof with pigeons. And yeah, he's a hired hitman, but he lives by the way of the samurai. It's a good movie. But peace, everyone. I'll check you out next time. I appreciate you all, and have a great day. Peace.